We strive for greatness. We are fueled by passion. We are a team forged by diversity. We share a bond unspoken. We are stronger together. We are united by equestrian.
A wonderful afternoon ahead here in Haras du Pin for the FEI Eventing European Championships. The closing stages of the first phase of dressage. A busy morning of sport, seeing changes at the top of the leaderboard, and an afternoon that is going to shape the team scores going into that crucial cross-country phase. A fabulous facility that's been produced here alongside the traditional park, and it is truly a world-class spot for the world's best. Well, building up to our afternoon of sport here, conditions, well, changed a little from this morning. There's a little bit of rain coming down, but we'll talk about that in a moment. And it is day 2 of dressage, group 2, which means our final afternoon. We've got 2 sessions to come to you this afternoon as well. And as you can see from the cloud cover, it is light rain at the moment. Thankfully, light rain at this point. 24 degrees, and the breeze is coming from the northeast at a 13 km/h rate. And so it is a little bit cooler this afternoon, but hopefully that little bit of what can only be classed as drizzle now will drift away. We're into day 2 of dressage. Cross country tomorrow, 12 o'clock local time for that, and then the first session of show jumping will see us into the late morning on Sunday for the close of competition here and those final medal stages. Who is competing? Well, let's take a look. These are the teams: Ireland, Belgium, Germany, Netherlands, Italy, Switzerland, Sweden, France, Great Britain and Austria. It's been a good start for Great Britain, Germany and for the Italians as well, but as a lot will be shaped this afternoon, yet we're still at the very early stages with the 3rd and 4th riders for some teams yet to come as well to get the real picture. Let's take a look with Ireland and their 3rd rider out earlier on this morning, Susie Berry, scoring 35.1, bringing the Irish score down yet again, and Joseph Murphy left on the roster this afternoon with Calmaro for the Irish. Then moving on to Belgium, and staying consistent in the scoring, 32.5 for Jano Verwimp and Mahalia. We saw 31.9, their best score so far, and the experienced Karen Donkers to anchor the team as the last out for the Belgian squad, again into the afternoon session. Final stages with Michael Jung to come for Germany to shape the score. They've now got 2 in the 20s and 28.6 this morning from Sandra Alfard and Viemont Dumatz. And Michael Jung to come with Fisher Chipmunk. And then for the Netherlands, their team manager and first rider out, Andy Heffernan, is still the man leading the scores for the Dutch on 29. And earlier on today, Sanne de Jong on 33.9. At the moment, their discard score, but we will see. Susanna Bordoni for Italy. Again, probably their most experienced on the team with Imperial will feature this afternoon. 2 good scores for the Italians so far, just over the 30s, 30.6 and 30.9. And for Switzerland, still 2 riders to come. One comes up straight after the break here, and that'll be Nadia Minder and Toblerone, and still to feature Felix Vogt and Colero for Switzerland. Then we move on to Sweden, previous medalist, and still 2 shots to fire, yes, for the Swedes with Amanda Stam and Sarah Algotsson Ostholtz. and Dynamite Jack to maybe see what explosive scores they can get for the afternoon. But they've had solid scoring so far. And for the French, still 2 to come for France yet as well, including the past European champion Nicolas Touzon and Absolute Gold HDC to be completed by Gaspard Maxud into the latter part of the day with Zaragoza. The French looking for a good run here ahead of the Olympics next year too. Great Britain with 2 scores to face yet for Laura Collett. She comes up in our next session with London 52 and will complete with Ros Cantor and the badminton winner Lordships Gruffalo. And finally for Austria, just 1 score on the board so far for the 3-rider team, with Katrin and Lia Siegel and Van Helsing to complete the afternoon for the Austrian score. Of course, all 3 counting for the Austrian squad. And from the individuals, where we saw some changes around this morning, with Tom McEwen and J.L. Dublin going to the top of the leaderboard on 22. Yasmin Ingham of Great Britain, the World Championship winner with Bonsai de Loire, into second as the team rider. And then the early changes too, with Greg Lecouz of France. 28.8 goes into 7th place from this morning's session. And a little further down, we see the impact of Italy with those 2 solid scores in 11th and 12th at the moment. And on to our scores from this morning too. Jenny Kuhnler and Polly Blue Eyes, the young rider, coming through on 32.7. Great new stage in her career. She moves into the senior ranks. And also from our groups this morning, we saw a few little changes around, but down to Sanne de Jong and Enjoy for the Dutch at 33.9 from that group as well. Susie Berry for Ireland and Clever Trick saw them at 35.1, and still the Irish squad with those bottom 2 places as well, with Felicity Ward and Sarah Ennis at this stage down to 38.8 to complete the scoring. And final score came from Italy. It was our opening combination of the morning on 39.6. So those are the individual scores and how it translates as well. Let's take a look at what's coming up this afternoon in our first session. We've got 2 for Great Britain, 1 individual and 1 for the team. Laura Collett for the team with London 52. And then completing this session with the next of the British riders. Switzerland will open it up with Nadia Minder and Toblerone for the teams. And Amanda Stam for Sweden also for the team lineup. And all eyes, and sure it will be busy for Nicolas Touzon and Absolute Gold HDC for France. And that will leave us 1 session to come into the late afternoon to complete the first phase, the dressage phase of this FEI Eventing European Championship 3-day event. So a morning of changes and moves, and the same for the weather, I'm afraid. You can see the umbrellas are up, the raincoats are on, and I'm glad to say I'm literally looking out from where we're commentating from. It seems to be improving, which is good news as well. We had not anything you'd class as a downpour, just a gentle shower not too long ago, but that seems to be drizzling away into a little bit of just dampness around, and hopefully that will be disappearing for the afternoon. But you can see there's going to be lots of the French contingent out to support Nicolas Touzon coming up into our next session as well. Our judges are in position as well. We've got Seppo Lane of Finland, who will be the judge at M, and joining him as well. Let's take a look at the rest of our judges. The British supporters up there on the hill watching as well. Their flags have been firmly fixed to the hedges. And down there in the arena is British judge. And the judge at C is Judy Hancock. And we'll complete our judging panel with 1 more in the lineup. That's part of the new facilities here at Haras du Pin. They're looking out on the warm-up arena at the moment. They're not all looking in the wrong direction. They're looking in the right direction, as it is at this minute, over into a bustling preparation area, and another lady who will be casting her eye over is at E. On the long side there of the arena, Katrin Eichinger-Keneally of Austria will be our judge, completing the 3 overseeing the competition here this week as well. So the next one making their way up, and we're set to start into the afternoon, and honed and ready alongside me as well, I'm delighted to say, is 5-time European gold medalist is Lucinda Green. Lucinda, very good afternoon to you as well. Improving day. Let's concentrate on the dressage right now, and Nadia Minder is going to start us off with Toblerone.
Classically, this horse represents Switzerland. couldn't be better named.
Absolutely. 16 years of age now for Nadia. Nadia, one of the young riders coming through, 23 years of age, actually started in her first World Championship, her first championship last year. Unfortunately, had a full cross-country, finished well in Jardy in July against a big field there in the 4-star there in the Nations Cup, finishing on a score of 35. Their dressage was 31.4 and top 10 in Marbach as well, back into May 2 for the 23-year-old. Who makes her second championship appearance for Switzerland, as you say, perfectly named. Toblerone is the gelding by Jarland's Summer Song, and hopefully it's a sweet performance coming up for Nadia to take us into our next session. So a session now through to Tom Jackson, and then the final session gets underway at 4:20 into the day. But Switzerland and their next team rider is going to get some good experience here. And Lucinda, always for building teams as well, it's good to get the younger riders into championships, and it's not always perfect the first time around either.
There's a number of younger riders in these championships for various different teams, which is wonderful. I'm just talking to the Swedish chef, Fred Bergendorf, and he's got 2, I believe, in there that have just emerged from young riders. So it is a wonderful chance, and they still can have their aspirations, that if they really are coming up to form, they could even have a chance at Paris Olympic Games in the same country in just 11.5 months' time. These entries have really been so well secured by the riders, one after the other of these riders and horses pop into a beautiful straight line, collected canter and a lovely halt. It is true that we can't see exactly what the judge is seeing at sea, because our camera cannot be exactly where that judge is, or would be in the way of her eye line. But time after time we're getting these wonderful entries. And this delightful horse is just that little bit short of superb, powerful trot, which plenty of event horses are, and they very often go extremely well across country because their stride is that little bit shorter and they're easier to ride fast to a fence. A long striding horse has to be more set up usually, because he's got a longer stride and is maybe not quite so quick at adjusting, but that is not a complete rule. But this is a delightful little trot, a nice level even rhythm, just knocking him along with her heels, just saying keep up the activity, and a nice bend through to that half pass. And again, we're seeing this again and again. People are really presenting their half passes, their sideways movements so well, with a lovely bend through the neck, and always talking about going through the body, but there's plenty of people that tell you that it can't bend through the body, but I think they probably do a bit. One thing you can be absolutely sure of in dressage is that there will be multiple opinions. So the medium walk and the extended walk, which within the capacity of this horse is very good. The neck and head extended beautifully, and I believe the legs are going out just as far as the skeleton of this horse will allow. Yes, and I think 6.5 is an appreciated mark. Lovely strike off. Now this flying change, preparing that canter. And I think that looked lovely to me, but I am no dressage judge. Very smooth, very fluid. Just lost one stride of the sideways there, but otherwise very good. Change got it 7, so I must be getting a little bit better at judging.
You've watched a few through then.
Oh, I have seen a few. I've seen some really interesting ones. Beautiful turn there, lovely corner. Corners prepare you for the next movement, so if you can get a lovely turn, it's helpful. Please tell me that was another good one, Steve.
I hope so. I'll keep an eye on the marks, don't worry.
Yeah, thanks.
Going pretty consistently so far from those 6.5 through to 7.5. 7 and 7.5 for the transitions. Flying change was 7s.
That is lovely. That's 2 lots of flying changes for 7. And a very adequate extended trot, considering this horse doesn't have that huge movement. And got 7s for that. Oh, little trip at the end there. What a shame, because it was otherwise a lovely exit. She's absolutely delighted.
I'm going to say there's no doubting the response there. Toblerone gets a good kiss, and well, happy enough with that. And Nadia Minder there for Switzerland with the 16-year-old. Good start for them. As I say, we've been seeing scores for them in the early 30s throughout so far. Confident enough, good wave to the crowd. Off comes the bonnet, chilled out, relaxed. Oh.
I hope she's allowed. Did she take her horse's bonnet off?
I think
I
whether it was
hope she's allowed to do that.
Whether it was falling off or what I couldn't see at that point.
Usually you're not allowed to do anything until the steward has checked your noseband, your bit, and your bonnet.
We will leave that to them.
Golly.
We will
Yes.
leave that to them.
That's a new one on me. I have no
we'll leave
idea.
that to them. I couldn't see whether it was falling off or not. But anyway, we can hear what's going on. Hello. 31.7 as a score. It's 68.33. At E, it's 68.57. At C, 67.86. At M, 68.57. And so I say a score of 31.7 into 14th place individually for Switzerland. For Nadia Minder, who is a team rider here with Toblerone. Okay, gets added into the group. And again, improves the score for the Swiss. Still with Felix Vogt to come. 64.7 at this point, but with one more score.
For me, that's a really encouraging test, because you have got event horses of all sorts and types, and they've got to do so many different skills that they can't always be the flashiest movers. And this was a beautifully trained and a beautifully ridden test with a lovely softness and a lovely... The answer was always yes from this horse. And it's been, I think, well rewarded. Yes, okay, it's not in the early 20s, but it's a very decent mark, 31.7. Yarlin Summer Song was competing with Marie-Christine Duroy, the French star of yesteryear in the Atlanta Olympics in 1996. Thank you very much. Before I go thinking it's Barcelona. Thank you. An extraordinary, very talented horse who then took up show jumping at top level after being an Olympic event horse and bred in England.
Of course, this is a centre for breeding as it was set up for many years ago as one of the national studs here at Haras du Pin. Fabulous history dating back to, well, getting underway in 1715. The concept was back in 1665 with Louis XIV, who created the Royal Studs. And this is the oldest of them and is a wonderful site. It was known as the Versailles for horses as well, which is sort of appropriate, with Versailles being the host spot for the Paris Olympics for equestrian next year as well. And with a long list of fabulous horses come out of here. And originally it was for about replenishing, producing horses for the army, but not quite going to war today is going to be our next, because we are into the heat of competition, and a Swedish combination of Amanda Stam and Corporal Bay AT, Swedish bred gelding by Corporal VDL, and actually goes back to the lines out of a mare by Balubé de Roy, which is of course a top show jumping stallion with Rodrigo Pessoa, one of the leading stallions still in the sport, and we'll go to Amanda on this 10-year-old who actually she competes in her first championships. Won in Kronenberg at the 3-star earlier on into March of this year, followed that up very swiftly with the 4-star, finishing second there. Won in Sopot in Poland, and a very good performer through young riders as well. And again, dressage has tended to be round about the early 30s for the next up for the Swedish team. So another of those coming through, the new faces for Team Sweden that you were mentioning. And the 10-year-old gelding. And 33 years of age, so has had some good experience, but I say first championship that she comes into. 10-year-old ideally on the upward swing within the sport.
I believe this is a homebred horse too. The ultimate achievement, I feel, to breed your own horse and take it right through to the top level of whatever sport it is that intrigues you.
Start with the 7s and 6.5. So scoring has generally been about the early 30s. Halt and rein back. A little bit steady there to start off with. See how that translates into the score from our judges, and a good move off.
Looking to me to be quite enough angle in that shoulder in. It's just travelling up the boards rather than bringing the front end off a bit. Rein back. Not such bad marks, but not superhuman. Lovely half pass to the right. In an ideal world, maybe could show a little bit more bend to the way he's going, judging by what the others have been doing. Shoulder in still got 6, so it can't have been quite as we were seeing it on our cameras. Half pass also not too bad, 6.5 and 7, so that's good. As the walk progresses into extended, and a lovely stretch there, right with the nose taking the rein out and coming in front of that vertical line. So often they stretch and they stretch down and in, and you want them to try and elongate the frame and go out, take the rein away from you. So well done. Very good mark for the medium walk and super mark for the extension, 2 8s and a 7. We've had a couple of 9s, I think, but we haven't had too many touches of the 8s and 9s. And that looked a lovely change. No doubt somebody will find fault with it, but to my eye it looked grand.
6.5 for the flying change.
They did. A little kick of the boards there, which you rather hope nobody notices, but it does slightly indicate that they're not staying exactly on the line of the front legs if the back legs hit the boards. And horses should always be following the tracks of those front legs and always be straight, even if they're on the turn, if that makes any sense at all. A little bit sad that, because it was she gave the indication to change and he changed one set of legs and not the other. It'd be fun to see that again in slow motion, actually. Powerhouse, this horse, though. Can't be easy to sit to all this bounce, and look at that extended trot, and she's somehow absorbing all the energy that he's putting into it. And you sort of get the feeling that that extended trot is still possibly going to develop. He's only a 10-year-old. Another lovely exit.
So he's consistent with the 6.5s and 7s in the transitions. And the final scores coming in for Amanda Stam of Sweden. Corporal Bay 80. European Championships, terrific door-opening event for those going into their first championships. And let's see, judge at E 66.19, or other judge at E, judge at C 66.67, judge at M 67.38, percentage score of 66.75 for a total score of 33.3 for Haras du Pin of Sweden. So a little in keeping with her scoring at her previous events as well, puts her in the early 30s. Just around the 32-33 mark. So hopefully has met expectations of what she set out for here this week. Starting to clear a little more as well. I'm nervous of seeing blue sky, I think, at the moment. Little wisps of cloud, definitely improving. And let's see for the team score for Sweden. We've got a 33.3 and a 33.3. And at the moment, their biggest score being 34.2, and the hugely experienced Sarah Augustin Osholt still to come with Dynamite Jack to complete the Swedish score after the 2 days of dressage. And another close look at that test.
I rather love the different hairstyles horses have too. These plaits are very different to what you see on some horses, but they help his neckline, give him that little bit more strength to his neckline and proportion maybe. There's a tremendous art in plaiting, and if you talk to people in showing horses, they can literally change the shape of a horse by how they plait. It's not an art I have, but I hear it does definitely exist. So he's got a lovely active trot, this horse. And it was a nice lead into the half pass, and there was clearly plenty of it, but it got a good enough mark. Lovely bend there to the left. I get the feeling he likes to bend to the left, a bit more to the right than to the right. Extended canter back.
Well, very busy for the home crowd now to see Nicolas Touzon in action. About to head up the ramp for the next of the French contingent, and of course well-established French star, twice been individual European champion as well. There's the flags. Big asked in the arena to wave them, make themselves known. They've got no trouble doing that at all. And there they can see him just in the distance, but they're just reminding them to. It's always a difficulty, as you said yesterday on home ground. The crowd want to be so enthusiastic.
Yes, and Nicolas is such a champion of the sport in this country with his 2 European Championships on the extraordinary grey horse that he made himself, Galant de Sauvagier. And since then he's won badminton on a completely different type of horse, a rather heavy bay horse that needed a double bridle in the show jumping, and he's really shown so much talent, and it's been a bit of time since he's been able to find another top horse, and this one hit the button and took him to the World Games in Bertoni last year.
Yeah, in European Championships, it's been a good combination before now. Finished top 10 in 2019. Olympic Games, individual 6th there. They finished on 33.9. And of course, team gold, he was back in 2004, as you say, going back in the history a little bit. Badminton 2008.
He doesn't look that old.
No, he doesn't. He does not. He did it all very early on.
And I believe it's his uncle Thierry Touzin who rode in my time and is now chef d'équipe of the French team and has been for some time.
Yeah, he went to the Olympics in 76.
There you go, Montreal. For those of you that weren't around in 76. Just a little bit of a, how would you call that? fractionally a stumbly halt. It just wasn't light. It slightly went onto his front end. It just wasn't quite as elegant a halt. And he has a little nose net on, which is legal tender, and it's to help those horses that head shake. And nobody quite knows what head shaking is or why it happens, but it does seem to help if you can just cover the sensitive muzzle with a little net. And well done. Somehow got him to take that sideways without breaking into canter, which for a split second I thought he might. You're putting on not dissimilar aids when you're asking them to go sideways as when you're cantering. Well, some people, because everybody asks for canter in a different way. But your horse knows what you want. Lovely rein back. Hope that gets a good mark, because it looks super to me. Yeah. 7.5, that will do. Another one that is in a double bridle. I think very often it's riders that go in bits rather than horses, and Nicola's obviously well able to ride beautifully in a double. As I remarked to you, he won his Badminton in 2:08 in a double bridle in the show jumping, and here he has a double bridle in the dressage. My mother had a wonderful remark. She said riding a horse in a snaffle, a single bit, is like playing the piano with gloves on. She loved the feeling of riding a horse in a double. So much more sensitivity. And that looks to be a good extended walk, stretching that whole body line out and looking confident and relaxed, and not as if he's about to fizz or trot. But always the danger point is after P, when you have to pick them up, ask them to come back into smaller walk and then be collected enough to do a lovely strike off into canter. And that is a very difficult movement, because there's so little impulsion in walk. It's very difficult to, it was beautifully executed by both of them. Much more difficult than it looks. Lovely change, lovely setup, lovely exit. See Nicola's left shoulder's dropped and he's almost squinting a little bit to the left. We're trying so hard to get our horses to do what we want, and sometimes we lose that perfect symmetry of our own body. Lovely extended canter and back. 7, 7.5, excellent. Extended canter, 7.5, excellent too. Hope that was a good change, because I just was glancing at the wrong place.
It looks good.
Thank you, Steve. You can become
but
my
not
eyes.
Good enough. But not good enough.
No, it wasn't. Clearly, it was a tiny bit late. One hind leg or one front leg.
Yeah.
And as soon as you get a 4, you know it hasn't been a true one.
Yeah.
Quite glad I didn't try and pretend I'd seen it. And a nice extended trot with a lovely open neck underneath. A little bit of a sort of stumble as he came back.
Yeah.
But that's okay. 10-year-old horse by Graffenstolz, a horse that's making a big name for himself in breeding. Took a long time to really get going, but then he started to get some good mares, and he's a really good youngster. Originally a horse that Michael Young campaigned and sold to Great Britain. Graffenstolz.
Nicolas Touzon there, the scores for the Frenchman. Team bronze, of course, in Tokyo at E, 67.86, at C, 66.9, at M, 68.81, percentage score of 67.86, and a total score of 32.1 individually into 17th place. And it still keeps France very much in contention this week as part of these European Championships, as we see from there. But Nicolas actually the highest scoring of the French so far. Karim Lecquag on 30.5 and Stéphane Landois on 31.8. Gaspard Maxoud still to come for the French team. So interesting final scoring yet to be completed for France. And a little look back at the test of Nicolas Touzon, the twice European champion.
I hope he was pleased with this, because apart from the odd little stumble at the beginning and the end, I thought it was a lovely test. And again, another beautiful rider. Look at that for a lovely angle of shoulder in at the front end. The hind legs are meant to go straight and the front legs are meant to come in and cross. It's quite difficult to achieve. And that was as good as it gets. So this is a preparation for the flying change, and a really nice change. Look how still Nicolas sits, absorbing each of those springy strides. Not easy.
It's unfortunately a little bit of raincoat weather this afternoon, but not too bad. Just the odd drop. It's nothing too serious at this point. Fingers crossed for the rest of the afternoon. And many been out walking the course as well ahead of tomorrow, and it's certainly busy up around the watching areas for the supporting teams as we go on to the next for Great Britain. And the British, of course, with a good start with Kitty King and Valtteri Biats in fourth, Yasmin Ingham and Banzai de Loire in second place at the moment at 23.4, and aside from that, the individual run of Tom McEwen at the top individually. But we're concentrating on team, and it's Laura Collett, and Laura with London 52 for Keith Scott, Karen Bartlett and herself. And now with this gelding by Landos, well established as a partnership, of course, Team Olympic gold in Tokyo. London, 14 years of age now, badminton winners previously in last year, winners in Le Moulin and in Post. They've picked up 3 of the 5 stars through their career, which is quite exceptional as well. And running at Bicton a few weeks ago to 23.8. So again, a lot of eyes are going to be on Laura once again for hopefully a big performance here at the European Championships. Brings with it its own pressures of expectations. But a good start so far for the British squad, but 2 to come, with Ros Cantor to come later into the day as well.
I think he's just that little tiny bit on edge, just scooted round that turn a little bit, but better out here than when he gets inside. Big pressure on these two, huge weight of expectation, and he looks fit, London 52.
How did you cope with that? Because you reach a stage in your career where you get expectation rather than just being able to go in there and say, I'll give it a go and see what happens.
I think, you know, you have expectation from the very start because you put it on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to this particular level of your career and you expect that you can manage it, but you're not at all sure you can.
But your biggest critic is you, essentially.
100%. And that's where you have to be so clever with just letting your tummy drop and not letting it wrap itself up inside your ribs, because as soon as you're tense, the horse will feel it. And it took me many years to understand that. Super entry and halt. Laura is very clever with finding her young horses, usually in Germany, buys them at 5, 6, and this one was reasonably expensive, so she reckoned that he was going to be really, really good, so she found some friends to help her buy, and then proceeded to train him in her own inimitable fashion to huge success. 3 5 stars, as Steve has said, is quite exceptional. Not many horses have won 3 at the top level of the sport. Little stumble there. It is interesting because this is a very, very good surface as far as we surfaces are concerned, but it it takes horses a bit of time to learn the actual slippage of each surface, and we've seen just one or two take one full step like that. And I feel if they'd worked on this type of surface all their life, they probably would be totally used to it by now. So there's that strangeness of surface that's going to be there. However good it is, it's going to be that little bit different to the surface that the horse is used to working on. This is looking lovely. There's activity, there's rhythm, there's softness. Just reminding him with our hands there to just keep his head up and out and not duck in. And a lovely transition. As he comes into walk, she softens her elbows and allows that horse to carry his rein forward to make for a better walk. That walk is just edging into extension and looking very, very good. Medium was 7, but this looks like it'll be better.
Yeah, being consistent 8s in there, as we had a 9 in there for the half pass
earlier on
as well. There you go.
Keep an eye on the marks for the extended because I want to watch this. So a smaller walk now, not letting him anticipate the canter, but of course he knows it's coming.
Extended walk 6.5 and 7.
Oh, so not as good as I'd hoped it would be, the extended walk. Never mind, the strike off was lovely. I think that was pretty good too, but I'm so not the judge. Rain is coming down a little bit heavier now, and it actually doesn't help, but you don't really notice it when you're in there. You're concentrating, you're in such a bubble. It's rather bad news when you're out waiting to come in next. That was a lovely extended and a lovely comeback.
It's the 8s for the extended canter.
You notice it across country more because you can't see so very well when it's raining. And that has to be a really good flying chain. So do we get a mark for that?
7.5 and 7, there you go.
Oh, so not as good as I thought it was. I should really shut up, shouldn't I?
No. You'll be watching a lot of flying changes over the next few weeks.
We have. And here comes a lovely extended trot. Laura's not very tall, but somehow she can just stick herself to that saddle. Very fit. Does a lot of work, as most of them do, to keep themselves physically fit enough to be able to hold themselves round a horse when he's bounding along that extension.
Looking a good test for Laura Collett of Great Britain and London 52, and could figure well for the Brits already with 27.2 from Kitty King and with a 23.4 from Yasmin Ingham. So those scores on their way. Lucinda, your overall take on that test?
Well, as I never watch the scores because I'm too busy watching the horse, I can't begin to tell you
what did you feel?
But I thought it was lovely. I'd be very surprised if that doesn't go into the lead, but as I have made so many misjudgments so far, I shouldn't be saying anything.
It will be close.
It was a lovely test, and it was just that little bit softer and more relaxed, I felt, than I have seen him. I thought it was really lovely.
Plenty of British supporters out there. We saw a whole group of them from the Isle of Man yesterday supporting Yasmin Ingham, of course. But again, getting a terrific following for the British squad. There we go. Goes second. Laura Collett at E75.24, at C79.52, at M78.1. Percentage score average out then at 77.62, so 22.4 into second. That's Great Britain with the top 3 now individually as well, because Tom McEwen is at the top with JL Dublin on 22, Laura Collett on 22.4, Yasmin on 23.4, and as a team, well, it puts them at 45.8, but they've still got Ross Cantor to come with Lordship's Gruffalo at this point, so they're not done yet. So still with the badminton winner to figure as part of the British squad as well. Germany still to launch out Mikkel Jung as well as part of their assault on the gold. But Laura Collett here into the slow-mo.
Very straight, square shoulders. No tipping. She's got a wonderfully controlled body. Was in the showing world as a young thing. You have to look very smart in the showing world, showing ponies, and she surely did that because she was successful.
Well, good grounding. Good grounding.
It's a lovely horse, isn't it? Beautiful shape. That does help when it comes to trying to get your horse to perform super dressage if he's made by God in a really good shape. Lovely bend through on the half pass there. And he never considered going left like we've seen one or two of them thinking they should, because he did last time down the centre line. Totally tuned in to Laura.
So the Brits having a strong run so far. That was not unexpected from the defending champions. Tom McEwen, though, individually tops the table at 22. But again, it's tomorrow that could change all of that around yet. This is only phase one of the 3 stages, of course, as we move on to Austria. And to Katrin Hodam Hazrati and Oklahoma 2, the mare by Sixtus. And Austria with their 3 riders here, so all counting. Katrin having gained good experience so far. The pair having competed together at the World Championships last year. Out of the lineup for the recent Nations Cup in Italy. There's 29.6 going into that stage, and Haras du Pin here for the Nations Cup last year as well. As part of competition here, so knows their way around this beautiful park. Completed at the Europeans last time around in Avanches.
Katrin I have tremendous admiration for. She's very much a self-made rider, as I'm sure several, but I am particularly knowledgeable of her background because I was helping the Austrians for a little bit of time, and she borrows a stable in a big field somewhere, not quite in the mountains but in the country, and she does this herself with a lot of different horses at different stages, foals, young stock, and she produces these horses at a level that can take her to the European Championships, and there aren't very many in Austria that get to the level that they can compete at this, and Katrin has been there so many times now in the team, and at this time, as you see, there's only 3 because there isn't a 4th at the moment of this level that is sound and ready to go. So she's a self-made girl, and huge admiration to her. Interesting pigeon toes this horse has. It's amazing. We all like to think our horses should have their feet down to the ground straight, but there's so many horses that don't, and they still seem to manage to do the job and stay sound very often. Year-old Trakehner mare.
Yeah, only Trakehner in the field. Oh, there we go. Halt.
That's very unusual if it's the only Trakehner in the field. There's usually quite plenty. Again, this test helps these horses start off in a nice, relaxed, bending through their body way. So being consistently useful, although the rainback comes a little bit early, I think, but there we go. Otherwise, it's a lovely build-up. Nudges there. You don't know spurs. It wasn't so long ago that spurs were obligatory, and now you don't have to wear them, and certain horses need that little bit of a prickle and others don't like it. And sometimes you find they change their likes. Extended walk is lovely. Not a huge mark because it's not a huge walk, but it's still doing what it should be doing. We talk about the underneath of the neck, where the neck joins the jaw. And this horse has a very natural U. It doesn't seem to get into a V. Just a little bit on her front end there, but it's a little bit the way she's built. Not quite true there, not quite sure which leg went first, but they weren't quite together. Well, somebody didn't see that because they gave him a 6, so great. Take it when you can get it.
Balances out.
Yes, and that may be the frame she'll go cross-country in, that little bit lower, but it may not. Horses do carry themselves very differently on the cross-country to the dressage. It's not always the same way. Well, that looked absolutely superb, and that'll probably get a 4. So I'm very happy with that last change.
7. 6.5 and 7.
Yeah, no, that was a super one. By the time we finish this competition, I might be able to see what I'm looking at. And really try and look at those hind legs really coming up, and Catherine trying her hardest to keep the mare in balance and herself, and succeeding admirably. 6.77, good mark, and a lovely haul. What a super exit.
Makes the combinations there for the Austrian squad, and all will be counting for them. Determined spectators watching alongside, great for their resilience.
Yes.
I say, weather's not too bad, it just is a bit damp at the moment. We're sitting inside, but it is a gentle shower that's going on at the moment. Nothing too horrendous, but enough to be getting you damp. Let's take a look at hopefully a hotter score. 37.5, 62.46 in terms of percentage. Judge at E, 63.81, C, 60.48, M, 63.1, and I say 37.5 for Catherine Horam Hazarati, and Oklahoma 2 for Austria. So that feeds into the overall score for the lineup for the team. As I say, it will be counting for them.
L'Irlande à 73 et l'Autriche 74.6. Voilà pour les scores des équipes.
And there we go, 37.1 and 37.5. Staying close to each other, the two riders so far. Leah Siegel is still to come for the Austrian team with Van Helsing P.
15h45, au cavalier individuel. Et c'est la Pologne que nous accueillons.
And a little look back at some of Catherine's tests here.
And Catherine isn't enormously tall, but she dwarfs the mare. The mare is not a big one. Austrians appear in their lederhosen for the men, and their, what do they call those, dirndl, I think they are, for the ladies, their lovely low-cut dresses with the aprons. They wear their national dress at each horse inspection, and it's wonderful. I love to see that. Yes, it was just a little bit late behind, I think it was. Nice springy half pass. Lovely bend.
Alors, the Austrian rider, we now have the scores for the teams with the two best dressage marks taken into account, as Austria only has 3 riders.
Little waves, few friendly takes around the arena. Such a lovely atmosphere around there as well. So many people that come to follow at these events globally. and they meet up with friends again. It's nice to walk around and see, because these days you pick up so many different types of merchandise, clothing from different events. You see people walking around in badminton tops and Burley and all sorts of other events they've been to around the world, seeing them all come together here at the European Championships from lots of different nations, and of course from plenty of events around France as well. Good supporters, loyal supporters for the sport.
Die-hard aficionados, I think, in the rain watching dressage on a concrete step. I think it's wonderful, and there is that plethora of people who are just passionate about the sport and follow it wherever they can.
Which is great. And I think we can tell by those at the back that they've got an allegiance to the British squad back there.
Yeah, those ones have, but they'll probably be Germany up the way and France down the other way.
Exactly. All very friendly competition, which is great. We can just see there that we're preparing for our next, which is Joanna Pawlak of Poland. A few individual combinations to come now. We've got Poland, Belgium, Germany and Great Britain with Tom Jackson. And Joanna with Fantastic Frida by 4 edition for the Polish rider, sole representative of Poland here. And Poland have actually been past European champions. That's going back to 1965 with an individual win there as well. But concentrating on the present day, and Joanna second in Poland's back into July of this year. Good run in the 3-star short there, but then a step up here to the 4-star. And last year completed here in Haras du Pin as part of the competitions too, in preparation for the European Championships.
Poland have a wonderful history of horses and horsemanship, and when I was riding at this level there was always a Polish team, and they were very often very able. And as the sport has grown in stature and more, the standard really has risen and risen. It's a great deal more difficult for countries such as Poland that don't have the ready money in quite the same way to improve their riding and their training and even their quality of horses.
And a recent qualifier for them for the Olympics, they were concentrating on that. Their team's been focusing on that and getting their Paris ticket.
One.
Exactly, which is why we got one, as you say.
But it used to be quite an exciting thing to see who was on the Polish team. They used to have wonderfully athletic horses, and it will be fun to see at Paris if they still have that. As you rightly say, Steve, the majority of Poles have been used to qualify, and you can't just keep running a horse again and again, or there's nothing left. So they've been left at home, and this is the sole representative of the country. But Poland is now qualified for the Olympics thanks to the qualifying 4-star competition they held in their own country, which many other people from Europe attend. They're very, very good at holding 3-day events. There's several different ones in Poland.
And a previous host of European Championships, of course.
Yeah.
Shoulder in, getting 6s. Rainbacks taking them to a 5.5.
Very well made pair of boots she has. Beautiful line. There's nothing like dressing for elegance to enhance the picture you present to the judges. They're not going to individually mark if you've got nice boots or not, but it just adds to the overall picture.
Give a good picture. Give a good account. Medium walk, 6s and 7s.
A little bit inside the vertical with the head there, even though the frame has extended nicely and the head is a little bit better there. .56 for the extended, that's fair enough, I feel. Just a little bit of discussion here. Would you mind coming together, because you've got a flying change to do now. This is a little difficult because the preparation canter wasn't really very easy out of the corner, and that doesn't give you just what you need. There's a little bit of, it's such a nuisance when that happens, when a horse just starts to what we call spit the bit out, and there's all sorts of reasons why that might be happening. And sometimes they've just bitten their lip, And the bit is rubbing on that, and they're arguing. But once you're in the arena, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't change the bit and try something else. You've just got to stick with it. And it happens across country too. So that was a sort of change, but he's not going to get a lot. And a little bit of disappointing for her, deeply disappointing. Temperament is just beginning to fly a little bit off the handle, I fear. She'll be awfully relieved she's come to the end. Trot seems a little bit more settled. We had a mare from Czechoslovakia that simply couldn't canter, just exploded every time she did. Had a lovely trot. Such is horses, ladies and gentlemen, such is horses. So not machines.
Solid support there for Joanna Pawlak of Poland, and fantastic Frida. Sole combination for their nation, I'm afraid, out in a damp afternoon in Haras du Pin. So we'll see their score goes to 53.57%, so a total of 46.4 for them. Judge at E 54.52, judge at C 52.38, and judge at M at 53.81. And again, Key is taking away.
Oh, look. Ooh. That's what she was sitting on, and that is so difficult to get any sort of reason. When a horse starts to just light up, and for some reason mares can do it even more than geldings, though I know we shouldn't be sexist in this world. It is really difficult. You just have to go with it and do the best you can, and you're going to get a pretty whopping mark, and just having to deal with it in your mind is really hard. You see, it's lovely in trot, this, but she's obviously on the edge mentally anyhow today. And none of us know what's gone before. None of us know if she had a situation where maybe she had a difficult journey over from Austria. All sorts of things can happen that unsettle horses. They're very, very sensitive animals, and their communication and their partnership with their riders is everything. That's lovely, actually. Lovely extended canter. And then she gets her knickers in a twist, as we say in England, about the change, before the change even. And settles beautifully into that. Frida sits her so well. There's plenty of good, but when the overall score is over the 40s, it's a pretty depressing feeling to depart that arena with that.
As you say, key is to take the highlights out of it. There's a cross-country run to come. Tomorrow we'll see how that all shapes out. It could change things a lot. And Joanna Pawlak of Poland completes her test. Next comes up Under the Bridge through this fabulous new addition facility here in Haras du Pin. And we will go on to Belgium. And Tina Magnus and Champagne PRZ by Chablis. So you can see how we got to the name.
You can.
And with a rider making their first appearance in the senior championships, riding individually here for the 32-year-old on a 15-year-old ride. Finished 7th in Poland in Strzegem, back into June of this year in the Nations Cup there, and winner in Arville the year before in the 4-star short back into August last year. Actually trains with Kai Stefan Meyer, and where they're based, and heads out here to get some good experience as a pairing here, but a good experienced pair, let's say, together with a 15-year-old at Champagne PSZ for our next for Belgium. Belgium, Germany and Great Britain still to come into this session. And our final session will get underway at 4:20 local time, which will take us through the concluding riders of the team competition as well.
Another good reason for having the bonnets on a horse when it's raining, because sometimes, even though it's not often, that the rain can get in their ears, although nature has done a pretty good job to stop that happening.
but eliminates another distraction, basically.
Well, it does, exactly. Yeah. It's managing, that phrase, controlling the controllables, isn't it? But it's a little bit the fashion now. Nobody dares go without a lot of people don't dare go without the ears because they might get a minute advantage if their horse is not hearing quite so distinctly. But they're not really allowed to have much in them to stop them not hearing. I think in the jumping they can have a thicker rubber inside them. I might be talking nonsense. Better shut up.
We'll move on to the test because there goes the bell.
And the rules are, honestly, they're a skill and a degree in themselves. If you want to keep up with the rules, you really have to fully concentrate because they change a lot.
Inside the top 100 in terms of world ranking for the 32-year-olds.
Beautiful horse, tiny little bit of a waver on moving off. A lovely entry. Just tickling his ribs with that left leg, trying to get him to bend around and just bring his front legs off the track and cross over a little bit. It's a schooling movement, the shoulder in, really, and when it first came into the test there was a lot of people who said that shouldn't be in a test, it's a schooling movement. But anyhow, it's here. It's been here for some time. Nice halt. Nice rein back. This is a horse that you'll see is quite tight at the end of his neck. In other words, there's not ever going to be a U shape where his neck joins his jaw. It's always going to be a V. And we've seen one or two horses that are like this. It's just, I don't know what it is, whether there's a less vertebrae or whether it's just the way the neck is screwed together. But they're always going to give this outline, which isn't at the moment as fashionable as the more open outline. Lovely softening hand when he got a nice transition down to walk. Whether he's been a stallion for a little bit of time and got that little bit of extra crest on his neck, sometimes that can do it if they're not cut to be a gelding until later. And that's a lovely extended walk, covering lots of ground, both front legs and back legs. And most of the time the head and neck is out, which is quite an achievement for the way this horse is shaped. Well done. Busy trying to watch the marks for the extended walk, and I wasn't absolutely certain that that was a true change, but I didn't glance at it for long enough. And I missed the extended walk marks.
Around 6. Flying change 5 and 6 and a 4,
so
actually.
Somebody saw something with the 4 and the others didn't, and that's where I am. I honestly can't be sure. There is, if there's more than, I can't remember if it's 3 marks difference, then they have to look at it again and re-evaluate it, because it is a jolly difficult thing to see, even in real life. It's hard enough on the screen. And there's something just different with those hind legs. I don't know what it is. We'll see what they think of that. Lovely half pass there. 4.55. Yes, they're unsure too, I think.
Half past 6.5 through to 7.5.
And not an exceptionally extravagant extended trot, but a very nice rhythmic one. Opening up. Very lovely halt in a super straight line. Well done.
The Magnus of Belgium and Champagne PZ.
Such a relief. He looks happy, doesn't he? Doesn't look like it's been hard work at all. Very nice disposition, a very nice connection I think these two have. Lovely feeling when it's all over. Everybody's relaxed. And she looks happy enough.
Gives the horse a good pat. Chilled out, as you say.
Just occasionally you walk out of there in a stony silence. You don't say anything to your horse because you feel he hasn't done his best. Go for it.
Judge at E, 65.71. Judge at C, 66.9. Judge at M, 64.05. 65.55%. Translates as 34.5 penalties. And a little look back here at the test for Champagne PZ.
It's a lovely outline round that corner. Preparing him the whole of this time. The corner and this few strides straight are preparing him. I still can't see it, but it's just not quite right, and I can't tell you what it was.
That's what judges train for.
Yeah, well, that's
they do all that training for.
That is exactly what they do all that training for. They can see it. Here's the other one. Watch the back legs. Sort of looked like they went a fraction early, but then I wonder if they did. But 4, 5 and 5.5 were the marks for that, so difficult to tell.
Yeah. Judges saw what they saw, and it came out as a score of 34.5. 2 to come in this penultimate session.
You talk about training, and that is exactly what these officials go through, a tremendous amount. The higher the level, the more they have to train. They certainly don't get paid to do it. All they get is a lot of grief when we all complain at the way they've charged. But just interesting, those 2 videos of those 2 flying changes. I would be fascinated to have that if I was training in a training course, because I don't know quite what it was. And those of you that have trained long and hard will be looking at it and saying, yeah, I know exactly what it is, but that hasn't come to my eye because I haven't trained. But anyhow, a large thank you to all of those guys out there that do work tirelessly in jumping, dressage, training to be able to judge the competitions that we all work so hard to partake in.
And it's all symbiotic, because without them there is no competition. Without the horse there is no competition. Without the whole thing is intertwined from that point of view.
Symbiotic is a very good description.
Nikolai Aldinger now of Germany, and Timo, the gelding by Timo Lino for the next for Germany, and going individually here for the German lineup. And say that will then also leave us with 1 to come for Great Britain. And Nikolai, well, the 13-year-old, finished well in Marbach back in May of this year. Finishing top 5 there. Completed at Blenheim last year in eventual 15th position. Scoring so far in the dressage has been late 20s, early 30s. Just around that cusp of the 30 mark. Smiling in the rain. That's it. Give the judges a smile. He's obviously just listened to what we've said as you come past. Making their senior championship debut. It's actually produced in Denmark. Before going on with Nikolai for the German lineup. And paying off with the new facilities here with these top class surfaces that they're using. using for the championships. Will be down in front of the main chateau for the show jumping phase on Sunday. 35 years of age. And Michael Spethman, while the whole Steiner gets underway.
Another lovely entry. Somewhat blackened grey horse by the weather, the rain. Looks like a lovely shoulder in that. 8 for the entry, isn't that great? 8, 7, 6.5, terrific. Shoulder in 7s. Got an interesting way of putting his front legs to the ground. Every horse is different, and this one has an interesting method of doing it. Just a little stumble there. Just one extra stride, but lovely strides nonetheless. Another lovely shoulder in. He didn't mind the extra stride, still gave him a 6.5, that's good. Just possibly in a fraction of a hurry. It's such a fine line between going forwards and using yourself and being athletic and hurrying. And that was a lovely transition back to walk. So we remember the chestnut horse with the big round plaits. Well, here we have exactly the opposite. Lots and lots of tiny little ones. As he stretches that neck out, sometimes I wonder when they're plaited, do they still find it as easy to stretch their neck out as when they're not plaited? You wonder a lot with horses because you really end up knowing very little.
There's always an aim at understanding, though. That's the thing. Extended walk, 6.5 and 7.
First one we've seen do that.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for that anticipation, and it's the first one that I've seen do it. And now he's got to get it all back together in time for the change. And it happened a little bit earlier than he wanted, but it happened, and it happened clean. So that's good.
Puts them on 4s for the collected canter. Well, 4s and 5s.
Yeah. And the change 6.55, that's fair enough because it was a bit early. Just trying to keep him straight on that extended, not always easy. They try and leave the boards with the hind legs sometimes. When they come back, you're trying to keep them straight so that they can sit down. As soon as a horse wiggles and his hind legs go away from the line of his front legs, he doesn't have to sit down and engage. No. Well, actually, it ended up being clean, but it didn't happen till a stride after he'd asked it. I think that's probably what I was seeing. .474. So there you are. Yes. You see what I mean? That will get re-looked at, I think, and the video played again, and a mark agreed by the judges at the end. So I guess this overall mark could change. Very nice extended trot. Again, beautifully absorbed, but these long legs are a little bit easier to absorb a horse's movement than the short ones. Looking like a lovely exit. Super halt.
Filling the kiss and cry, the German supporters. And a few waiting with anticipation of the score. Nikolai balancing up his own emotions between what's gone well and what he's probably blaming himself for on a few elements that didn't go quite to plan.
Most riders blame themselves.
Yeah.
I reckon as soon as you start blaming the horse, you might as well pass it on.
Yes.
Look at that lovely walk.
So scores to come in for Nikolai. Final stage. Alton Salute saw them at 6.5 and 7.5. Little wave to the crowds. A beaming white smile through a little bit of gloom this afternoon. Here we go. Judge at E, 66.43. Judge at C, 68.57. Judge at M, 66.43. And a percentage of 67.14 gives them 32.9. So into 22nd position individually, and they are going individually. Nikolaya, Aldinger and Timo.
66.43% at M, 67.14% average, and a penalty score of 32.9.
And here's our change, which was lovely, but it was 2 strides before it should have been at A. But I think he was absolutely wise to let it happen, because he wasn't going to be able to maintain that canter for much longer and needed to change. It's a lovely extended canter. Look at him covering the ground. Just sometimes a little hard to keep those hind legs on the track. But again, we can't be sure from this angle. And that was a clean change, but after he'd asked. But it's still got, what, 2 4s and a 5.5, I think. Which is the one that's going to be looked at again. See a horse before this, I think. It had more than 3 marks difference.
Yeah, there was 2 4s and a 7, wasn't there?
Yeah, something like that.
Resilience and preparedness for a damp afternoon. Still having plenty of fun though. We'll get the views of Tom Jackson, whether it's been a fun afternoon after this test, because Tom heads in for Great Britain with Capel's Hollow Drifts, the Irish bred horse by Shannondale Sako Sangivan. And it goes back to the line of Lucky Crest and Lucky Gifts for Millie Simi, for Sarah Webb and Patricia Davenport. And what a tremendous run they've had. They're actually into their first championships, competing here individually, but 5th at Badminton, 2nd at Burghley last year as well. Dressage of 28.9 on that occasion up in Lincolnshire. So they've had 2 very big 5-star runs. Spent a lot of time training with Pippa Funnell through his career as well. And now Tom getting a good opportunity to head out here for a European Championship run.
It's a good example of shoulder in coming towards you, both on one side and then on the other. So we've got our all-girl team, Great Britain, and the 2 boys as individuals. So just watch them storm through at the end.
I was going to say, of which one of them is currently leading individually as well. But the all-female team, which is the great thing of our sport, none of that matters. The horse is the leveller.
And how.
And how are looking very, very good with Laura, Yasmin and Kitty in the top 5. Great Britain has 4 of the top 5 so far, and Germany in there, and actually, incidentally, with their individual rider, with Jerome Robinet in 4th place with Black Ice. But still Mikkel Jung yet to come. World ranking of 11 for the 30-year-old.
Just got married last year. Tom has worked his way up. Not an especially horsey family, but he's really done his apprenticeship in all sorts of different places, including breaking racehorses and loving the speed of the racehorse. He said, if I wasn't just so involved and passionate about eventing, I think I'd want to be a jockey.
Got a 9 there for their opening mark, 8.5.
How well spotted for the entry.
Yes.
Exciting. Proper sit-down halt there. And that little sitting up and sort of sorting one's body out. A lot of us feel we have to do that. We just don't feel quite in the right balance when we come to a halt. So we just correct it.
Another 9 for the halt.
Lovely activity here. Judges are loving this second grey into the arena. Nice half pass. He's looking a very happy horse. Very content horse. He's got his mind mostly entirely on Tom. You can just see the odd glance at an umbrella. But he's pretty well connected mentally, brain to brain. Lovely walk coming here. Look at this. Already got 2/8 for that half pass. Some very good marks here. Extended looks good to me.
And 7.5.
Nice depart into canter. Preparing now. Let's see how we go on the change. Oh, please may that be a good mark because it looked wonderful.
Collected canter was still good with 8s. 7.5 and 7 for the flying change, so on the higher side of what we've seen.
It is indeed. Just settles him after the corner before he asks him to extend. Settles is the wrong word, just balances him. Oops, what's he seen there? Come back here, listen to me please. Conversations are always going on, sometimes a little louder than other times.
Oops.
Oh, I think there was a little anticipation there. We did say that flying changes need to be up, and it surely was, but it won't get the best mark,
no.
I'm afraid.
5.5 and a 4, so that'll balance out at a 5. Short off.
That's very adequate extended shot, but there's something up there that has caught his eye. And oh, I bet Tom's jolly glad it's the last turn. Well done, kept your head, did the job. Well done, both of you.
Gets the job done. Could be another good mark for the British squad. Getting there. There we go. The flags are flying. Final halt and salute. 8 and 7s.
Lovely test for Tom Jackson with Coupels Hydro for Great Britain.
Long list of supporters up there. Plenty of those that have headed over from Britain. Nice easy trip actually to come and watch here in Normandy, and a lovely spot to come to. And Tom Jackson with Capel's hollow drift completing. Little wave to the supporters. Now on the toes. Here's the score. Into 4th place, 25.7. Percentage score of 74.28, judge at E 75.71, judge at C 73.57, and judge at M 73.57. So into 4th, and that will mean Great Britain have the top 4 places now, and in the top 6 only 1 spot is occupied by another nation at this point, but we have a strong final group yet to come, so that is not probably going to be the final shape of that. But Lucinda, you're watching closely.
That is such a beautiful change. I can't wait to see the other one. It was quite fascinating. So look at him. There's something there that gets his attention, and Tom does such a beautiful job to get him back. But I think the connection a little bit with his brain has gone, because he turns to do the flying change and the horse is doing a bit of anticipating. And he said what he really wants to do is get out in that cross-country course and go jumping. He's fit as a fiddle. He looks absolutely wonderful, and he's just waiting to go jumping. So he just did his own little jump. Stays wonderfully calm. Tremendous temperament, Tom.
Well, that completes our first session of the afternoon. One more session to come. As I say, it's a very strong session as well, so don't think we're done and dusted there. But the British flag features quite prominently at the top, as does the German in the top 10 there as well. But with Tom McEwen from this morning's spin leaving him at the top, Laura Collett got close to him with London 52 at 22.4. But again, we get out to cross country. There's some big marks to change that around yet. Yasmin Ingham and Banzai de Loire in third at the moment. Those a little bit further down the order as we get beyond, down to 13 through to 23. And we saw things open up with Nadia Minder of Switzerland on 31.5. Nicolas Touzon of France, 32.1 from him, inside the top 20 still. And then down to Jordi Wilken and Wilbert Bol for the Netherlands. There's a few of those combinations going individually, make up those just over the 20 mark. And into the latter part of the order. Again, we're talking scores in the 30s, as we do these days in for dressage generally. And so not a million miles across the whole field yet going into tomorrow's cross-country as well, when you consider 20 penalties can make a massive change here. And into the final group, down to the single combination for Poland's Joanna Pawlak and fantastic Frida will complete our set of scores. As I say, final session still to come this afternoon, and it's going to be an exciting one. Includes Mikkel Jung, Felix Vogt, Ros Cantor, and starts off with Joseph Murphy of Ireland. Join us for that, and that is going to be at 4:20 local time here in France. We're back in a few minutes' time. Here from the FEI Eventing European Championships.
le jingle pour vous dire que dans un petit peu moins de 7 minutes, on reprend. On reprend avec les derniers concurrents des équipes. Alors bon, bien sûr, il y a un petit peu de pluie, ça mouille un petit peu, mais la composition n'est pas terminée pour autant. Parce que de toute façon, bien sûr, on a encore le cross de demain et le saut d'obstacle, mais les 4e membres d'équipe pour nous conforter les places par équipe après dressage, donc avec pour l'instant en tête la Grande-Bretagne, à la 2e place l'Allemagne et à la 3e place l'Italie. La France est à la 5e place, puisque le 3e place est occupé également par les Pays-Bas, Italie et Pays-Bas qui sont pour l'instant avec défaut, la Belgique en 6, la Suisse en 7, la Suède qui occupe la 8e place, également la 9e et l'Autriche en 10e place. Donc les 4e carrière d'équipe ou 3e, et les 3 meilleurs scores vont compter à la fin de la journée pour vous donner donc le classement par équipe à l'issue du dressage.
And a welcome back to the FEI Eventing European Championships here in Haras du Pin for the closing stage of day 2 of competition. Group 3, the final group to come up, and will then put the full shape on what the scores look like going into cross-country here on Saturday. And so our final strong groups coming up. We're also going to review over those that have already completed their test and how they fared over the last 48 hours. And again, in our last group, see a little bit of change around in the lineup. But this morning we saw Tom McEwen and JL Dublin go to the top of the leaderboard on 22. Laura Collett, we've seen recently as well with London 52, go into second at 22.4. Yasmin Ingham and Bonsaï de Loire on 23.4. Tom Jackson of Great Britain, Capel's Hollow Drift into 4th place at 25.7. And then individual combination for Germany on 26. Kitty King of Great Britain into 6th place. So Great Britain with 5 of the top 6, looking very strong indeed. But it is a long way to go yet. It is a marathon, not a sprint, with 3-day eventing. So we go further down to Italy. 2 good scores in there with the 30.6 and 30.9. And then further down to combinations, both individual and team, including Nikolai Aldinger of Germany on 33.3, down to Benjamin Massy of France, and Edition von Roy at 35.7, and then into our contingents on our final page here, taking us all the way to 46.4 as the final scoring that they have. But still, as I say, one session to put into that mix yet, and it could shake that group around still. And so we're going to be into our final team riders. And these all-team riders coming up, they'll start off with Joseph Murphy and Kalmaro for Ireland. Belgium with Karen Donkers, Michael Jung of Germany and Fisher Chipmunk. And then down to Netherlands, Meryl Blom-Hutsetman for the Netherlands. Italy, Susanna Bordoni. Felix Vogue and Calero for Switzerland. The hugely experienced Sarah Algertsen Ostort and Dynamite Jack for Sweden. France send out Gaspard Maxud and Zaragoza. And the final combination for Great Britain, Ross Cantor and Lordships Garofalo. And Austria will complete the day with Liesiegel and Van Helsing P. That's what it looks like coming up into our afternoon. Will take us to around 5:45. And then we will be all systems go for putting our brain onto cross country. But in the meantime, we have to complete dressage, and Joseph Murphy is going to be the man to bring the final score in for the Irish. And this is going to be Camaro. A German-bred ride, gelding by Capilano for Joseph. Again, very experienced as a rider. In fact, his 8th senior championship, and could well be their anchor rider here. Was top 10 at Kentucky last year, and also been placed well at Aachen. And looking again for a good dressage mark here for this former ride of Laura Collett, and will be the closing rider, which is, again, we see strength through the whole of this group to complete the team test. So Joseph Murphy and Camaro for Ireland will take us into the final throes of the dressage stage. Rain still a little persistent, but maybe easing a little now, which is glad to be able to report that one. And hopefully that will be the end of it. But of course, they're on a perfect surface here as part of this new facility at Haras du Pin, which is being well utilised this week. Wonderful training facilities to be used, permanent stables for the horses as well. It is certainly top class of what is available to them here at this year's European Championships. And out into that fabulous park area then, as part of the cross-country, out the Haute Park, and below there's fabulous terraces over the course designed by Pierre Le Goupil for tomorrow's competition. But in the meantime, we're on the perfectly drained, perfectly ready and perfectly prepared surface up here to complete dressage. Joseph Murphy and Camaro. Lucinda Green alongside me once again, and all the final team scores to take shape. Of course, it is looking good for Great Britain at the moment, with one score still to come. But as I say, it is about 3 phases of competition here, and it's about getting into the right spot and the strongest groups coming through. Joseph Murphy could put a good one in for Ireland.
And what a lovely horse we have here. He's right on his toes. Joseph is going to have to use all his tact and skill to enable this horse to concentrate and soften into the work that he's got to do. It's really hard. This horse looked extremely fit at the horse inspection. He got a 5 out of 5 on my personal indicator, which of course is not necessarily right, it's only my opinion.
Green's gauge.
It is exactly that, but this one definitely was one of the several on the 5 out of 5, and he may pay for that in the dressage, because if you have a horse with his ears pricked in the dressage, you're in trouble, because they're not totally connected to you. If you have a horse with his ears pricked across country, you're in business, because hopefully, unless he's looking at the wrong thing and spooking, he's really concentrating on the fence and really working out how to do it. So ears pricked in jumping's grand, ears pricked in dressage can be a little tricky for the rider to try and keep that concentration. So far, Joseph is doing a really good job at convincing him that cross-country is not today. Little spook there. There'll be a few little things like that, I'm sure, until he can just get his brain. It's coming, but there it's gone again. It's coming, it's gone. Possibly an extra stride, but let's be grateful for a lovely rein back. Super marks for the halt. Lovely shoulder in from our angle. Lovely flowing. Just beginning, no, just gone again. As soon as I mention he's just beginning to come to hand, he pops his little head up, pricks his ears, and just takes his concentration for a split second away from Joseph. So Joseph has really got his work cut out here. This is a masterclass of keeping a really fit horse on the dressage job. And I wouldn't imagine he's going to enjoy walk much, because he'll probably want to go faster. It's looking very professional, so to speak. He doesn't look like he's going to wander off and do the wrong thing, but let's see how we are in extended walk. Yeah, he's taking the rein down. Hasn't got the greatest stretch with those front legs, but that's, I feel, more skeletal than not doing the right thing. A little bit nose inside the vertical, but again, let's be so grateful that he is staying settled and walking very well. Shortens the reins up just those strides, couple of strides before A. If he'd done it any early, he might have got some jogging. I only had one that's done that. That looked lovely. He might settle more in canter. Sometimes horses prefer one pace more than another and settle better in it. Lovely horse, but look at those ears. I look forward to seeing them on the cross country tomorrow. Can't let too much out because he just might sidestep away from those flowers or the judge's box. He's doing a really good job at keeping the lid on. Super change, very well prepared. I thought he was going to go astride early and he absolutely didn't. Having to use all his tact and skill that he's amassed over the years, Joseph here. Wonderful horse he has, but he's fit. And well. Ears pricked, looking for the fence. Very well done. Beautiful bit of riding. What a great relief it'll be for him to feel that finally is over. 4 minutes on the edge. Well done.
7.5 and 8 in for the halt and salute to complete their test for Joseph Murphy there and Calmaro for Ireland.
Look at him. King. King or what, hey? Great character he must be.
Ready to go. Looking forward to the next 2 days.
12 years old, so still hopefully a lot of career left in this horse.
And scores in at judge at E 67.62, judge at C 66.43, M 68.33, percentage of 67.46, and that makes a penalty score of 32.5, top 20 for Joseph Murphy of Ireland. We'll see how that feeds into the team score as well in just a second. Yeah, having a little look across at the crowd. Oh, okay, my fans are here, that's fine.
He's got a white bit, so that rather portrays the sensitivity of the horse. The white bit is just plastic and gentle and softer than the metal one. Some horses love it, and some horses, funnily enough, hate it. He's such a king.
Strutting out and ready to go. They will go into the team score like this. Sarah Ennis' score of 38.3. You can see greyed out. And so the 3 best scores for Ireland, including Joseph Murphy's there. He actually produces the best for them at 32.5. So 105.5 is the total score at the moment. But as I say, a long way to go yet. And a little look back at the test for Joseph and Calmaro.
Quite a lot of discussions going on between the two of them, but you'd expect that when your horse is a little bit feeling a little bit revved up. You have to talk a lot down the reins through your body. You don't say much through your actual mouth, although you might be just saying very quiet things because use of voice gets you 2 marks off. But you might be mumbling away to him. A little bit of woe here and there maybe. He's just so on form, this horse. Lots of movement through the bit there just to keep that outline where you want it as he comes down to walk. Super change. Sitting beautifully, Joseph.
Find their spot and resiliently keep watching. Just fine here under this umbrella. Busy up on the balcony. I say they will be vacating here to over to the park to cross country tomorrow, and that's where jumping will take place as well, in front of the chateau on Sunday, for the spectacular backdrop there. And taking part in that hopefully will be Karen Donkers, who goes now with Fletcher van der Verhoef, the Belgian gelding, and 18 years of age, oldest horse on the field, by Vigo de Sway, which was actually a horse that won the World Championships with Philippe Lejeune in jumping in 2010, but also brings in the breeding of Southern Queen and South Gale. And aboard this 18-year-old, they've had a fantastic partnership. Karen actually into her 28th team appearance, and pair that at the Worlds last year completed for individual 26th and a team 8th. She was 5th individually at the World Championships here as a pairing back in 2014 as well, and that was here in Haras du Pin. And from then on to a top 20 finish at the World Championships in 2018 as well. Last team bronze medalist in 2003 at Punchestown. So probably one of the most experienced pairings in the field.
And you're looking at probably one of the most resilient jockeys too, because this time last year she came to Haras du Pin, the normal competition, and was only just back from a horrific fall she'd had a few months earlier, when her horse, she thinks, mistook the ground line of a ditch for a canter pole in front of the fence, and just canted over it and somersaulted over the fence. And she was pretty well laid out and pretty mashed up. The horse was fine, thank goodness. And so she tentatively came back at Haras du Pin last year, and since then has just built back her confidence and her physical strength. And here she is again with her wonderful 18-year-old partner, being the strong man, the backup, the number 4 of the Belgium team. What credit and what resilience. It's a lovely shoulder in, got a super mark for the entry. Wonderful to see an 18-year-old moving so freely. Had a few miles on the clock, but it's been no hardship for him by the look of his body here. Well done, keep that foot on the floor, and he has. I thought he was going to rest a leg, and he's done a beautiful halt. And good rein back. Nine and an 8 and an 8. That's one of the best marks we've seen, I think. You've spotted another 9 for a halt, I know.
Yes.
Half past looking classy. Carrying, like so many of these riders these days, sitting in a saddle behind quite a heavy thigh roll, quite a large thigh roll. And they feel, I guess, those that enjoy riding in them, that it just gives them a bit more stability. You haven't got very long legs and you've got a very boundy horse, I bet it helps. Just hoping that that nose will come out. You can tell she's trying to say, take the rein, and there he takes it. Good boy. Such a difficult one to get if they just fold their nose inside the vertical line a bit. Medium walk good enough. Extended walk not quite so good. Beautiful strike off. Lovely preparation, lovely flying change. Tapping him across, giving him the understanding that it is half past time. Horses don't learn this test by heart. You have to tell them every stride of the way what you want. Sometimes they have done it 1 or 2 times in competitions and they start to anticipate, and that gets really difficult. But it's you and them. They're taking all their instruction from you, and how you produce that instruction can very often define how good the movement is. Very difficult game. Out of the 3 games, cross country, show jumping and dressage, dressage I feel is far the most sophisticated and difficult. Certainly that's what 5 times gold medalist Hans Winkler told me. An event, as he said, at the bottom of the pile when it came to skill. Putting me in my place as a reasonably good extended trot comes from Karin and Fletcher van Varhoff.
And a good test for them overall. In the Belgian colours, watching on to say their most experienced combination on the team. 18 years young. And, set to head out again, looking pretty chilled on the way out. Karen with a smile across her face. Looking very happy with that run down. Now to contemplate it all in. Oh. Just wait there a moment, Mum. I'm not quite ready yet. Now we can go. Now you can let the emotion out. And so this is what the score looks like. It's good. At E, it's 76.67. At C, 70.71. At M, 73.1. Percentage score of 73.49. And so a total of 26.5 into 6th place for Karen Donkers. She moves Kitty King down a spot to 7th place. Breaks up a little bit more of that British domination of the top few placings. And here as we sit as a team, it is Karen Donkers' score there at 26.5, making a good difference to the Belgian squad at this point in 3rd. But as I say, it is all still shaking around with the final riders to come for each team. So 90.9 for Team Belgium. And Lucinda, she can be very happy with that.
I think she'll be absolutely thrilled. I thought I saw her nearly shed a tear as she came out. 18 years old. They've been together a very long time. They're real mates. Was a super halt. No wonder it got 9 2/8. Big horse, not a very tall rider, but she manages extremely well on these bigger horses. The first time I ever saw her was Barcelona Olympics '92, and she was on a great big grey horse, quite a heavy horse, and this little girl on top. And that was the first time I'd ever been aware of her. And she's never stopped since then, representing Belgium and getting them to high places on the teams. He finds those changes so easy, doesn't he?
Done it all and proves it once again. Final team rider for Germany and has been anchor many times. Michael Jung now and Fischer Chipmunk FRH. The Hanoverian gelding by Contendro. Chipmunk now 15 years of age, and a pair that have been there and done it as well. As a rider with a tremendous record, including, of course, 3-time winner of the individual title for the European Championship. This is a pair. Team Gold in 2019 previously. And just a few weeks ago, 2nd in Aachen. Individual top 10 in Tokyo as well, when they were in such a good position there. 1 in Wiesbaden, 1 in Marbach this season as well. And last year's winners at the 5-star at Lexington too. We could go on all day. Basically, we know they're a very good pair together, and this could be a shake-up for the top of the tree for that British-dominated top 5 at the moment.
I don't imagine there's anybody in the world who doesn't have huge respect for Michael Jung and his setup. Wonderful father, got a tremendous eye for what's going on. A wonderful mother, keeps a everything in order. But I have particular respect because he's gone from the two horses that brought him such great gold medals in London and in here in Haras du Pin, actually, in 2014, who were neither of them, actually this was a silver medal then, neither of them were particularly good movers, and they were sharper little horses. And then he's acquired Chipmunk, that the gold medalist from Tokyo, Julia Krajewski, used to ride and brought out, trained, and he was suddenly on a very different sort of horse with a different thought pattern and certainly a different physique, and he's found the way, and very, very nearly, if he hadn't had the very last show jump down in Protoni, if would have been the world champion last year again. Michael, who's riding at a higher level in show jumping, I think may do even more of that. And he's certainly ridden Grand Prix Dressage too.
Yeah.
He has an extraordinary ability to ride all three phases to the highest level.
Yeah, he's ridden on the German team ready now for show jumping, including his debut at Hickstead last year. 8.5 for the half circle, half pass. 10 in there for the Halton 2.9s.
That's the best mark we've seen for a halt, that's for sure. There's a lovely open basic trot, extravagant enough without being too extravagant. Sometimes the more extravagant a horse, the harder it is to train. Looks like a very good walk here. Very relaxed. Nearly getting that nose well out. Goes for a few strides, pops back in. Lovely open under the neckline.
You can see how the score is changing between being a leading score, then going the other side of Tom McEwen's 22, but still a good chunk of the test to go. 8.5 collected canter.
I get the feeling Michael would only have to blink for that horse to understand he should change.
Flying changes 9.
Yep.
There's the one to study, Lucinda.
We haven't seen one of those. That was really excellent. A super extension too. Nose coming out, body, legs lengthen. Comes back beautifully, sits down, ready for the next change, which, as I mentioned earlier, I think Michael only has to blink and he changes beautifully.
9 crops up in the extended canter as well.
That should get a really good mark too, that change. Not as good as the other one. Very bold, extended trot, but not overdone, beautiful, and very vibrant up the centre line. Don't press that leg well back.
There we go. Highly likely we can get a new leader. And Mikkel Jung and Fisher Chipmunk. Eye on the prize. Final halts 9.5, 9 and 8.5.
Whoa, something about this halt, isn't there?
The later German squad looking to break up that British domination at the top. And it looks like that is what's going to happen, because here it is, new leader, 19.4, percentage over 80, only to go first to go over that, 80.63, and judge at M, 79.29, judge at H, 81.9, and at E, 80.71 for Mikkel Jung. And Fisher Chipmunk looking for a fourth individual title here, and certainly plays well into the German squad too, to keep them up with the British, and that will keep it tight between them as well going into that next stage too. Germany as a squad releasing the full force of Mikkel Jung into their team lineup. World-class horseman, world-class ability, and scoring-wise, that 19.4 sees Germany go to 76.3. Britain still with their final rider to come yet.
There's Mother in the orange, and there's Father on the right. The powers behind the throne. There's a wife there somewhere too, and a son. Little baby son last year, so probably a bit bigger now, we hope. So I think we've got Karen Donkers here.
Say that's, yeah.
Doesn't matter, we're very happy with Karen.
That's
back to Michael with these gorgeous changes. Oh, it's so nice when it's so clear that even I can understand that it's a good one. Beautiful bend. Lovely connection, absolute concentration. The two of them are brain within a brain.
Donc les Pays-Bas, quatrième membre de l'équipe, c'est Merlo Mousman qui va prendre le départ avec Vélique d'Aveyron, un anglo-arabe. Un français.
Working fantastically together to be the new leader individually and strengthen the German squad overall score.
Whilst there's absolutely nothing shabby about Mikkel Jung's dressage training and riding, he has to be grateful for the great job that Julia Krajewski, the gold medalist from Tokyo, did to bring this horse to the fore and all the way to the Rio Olympics before the ride was moved on to Mickey. And it is those elementary years of training, and in her case it was elementary right up to Rio Olympics, that form the possibility to do a test of this caliber.
And she herself going on, of course, to her wonderful results. Let's go on to the Netherlands. And Vesuvi d'Aveyron with Mera Blom Hulsman by Jaguar Male. And is with Merrill again, hugely experienced rider. Pair that started last year, in fact, on this 14-year-old for this Dutch-produced horse. Competed the Europeans last time around in 2021 with the Quizmaster. Several previous European Championship appearances, including being in the top 20 individually.
So breeders correct me, but I understood that Jaguar Male was thoroughbred, and this horse has got the word AA by him, the letters, which indicates Anglo-Arab, which is interesting. It's just a bit different to the usual Jaguar Male horses.
Yeah, out of Modena, which was by Royal Donez. And we'll bring in our next, as I say, newer partnership. Finished second in Poland, in Stragon, back in June.
Yeah, she's done a great job, Meryl, because last year she was popping out her child, and got married and did everything at the same time, which was wonderful. And then this horse was ridden by the owner's son in the Young Riders, and she took him on and has gone 4-star with him, successfully enough to be named to the Dutch squad, and to be named to the Dutch squad as a strong man in position number 4. So when you have to sweep up the pieces, if the team is a little bit fallen apart, it's up to you to go out and do the best you can to put the team back together again if you can.
Blom Hulsman then, and the next and final rider for the Netherlands.
Very elegant mover. You can see that little bit of Arab in him. A nice haul, not quite the 9 that we saw, but a good one nonetheless. And rein back. Really mastered the art of keeping this lovely open canter in the shoulder in, open canter, open stride of trot in the shoulder in. Stretch out coming already. Nose coming out too, well done. If you drop the reins altogether on them, they would definitely put their nose out and forwards, but then you aren't doing quite what you're meant to do. You're meant to keep some sort of a contact there, and of course that little bit of contact can have them just duck their noses inside the vertical plane. Preparing now for the change. Very nice. Not quite flowing enough to get the really good marks, the really good mighty young marks. There you go. 6.5 for the change. Another one coming up. Whoops. Not quite sure what happened there, but I think it all happened a little bit soon and not quite in the way you'd want it. Make a bit lower marks for that one. Quite often horses have one side they change to really well and another side they don't change so well to, until they really get the hang of it. Then they can change both ways, like we saw Fisher Chipmunk. High 4-4 for the change. Yep. Another super exit. Acknowledging each of the 3 judges.
7s and 6.5 to close out with their transitions, and then the final halt mark to come. 8s, 7 and 7.5 for Merrill Blom Holzman. As a daughter Philippa born last year. It's a Anglo-Arab Jaguar male, of course the thoroughbred. It was on the mare side. That is the Anglo-Arab stallion. Right on down 6. And so score in, judge at E 68.81, judge at C 68.33, judge at M 68.1, 68.41, and a score of 31.6 puts them into the top 20 just about, into 19th place for Merrill Blom Holzman of the Netherlands. And again, we'll see how that figures in the team score overall as well.
68.33% of C, 68.1% of M, 68.41% of
and here it is. Andy Heffernan turned out to be their best of the dressage, led them off well on 29, and so they're 31.6 including for the score, 93.1 so far for the Dutch, and as I say, in theory into 4th place at the moment, but still the scores above that. Britain could make a difference there. A little bit of a move around yet still to come amongst that top group. Here, a little look back That's Merrill's test.
Does look wonderful, doesn't it, in slow motion? Look pretty jolly good in normal motion too. She rides with that longer rein than many of them do. Everybody to their own style, whatever works for your body and your balance. Really tries to pop his hind legs right under him when he stops there. See those fingers moving on the reins, messages going through all the time. It is really interesting how different bodies do different things on horses. No definitely correct way.
Waiting the final combinations coming up. Italy, Switzerland, Sweden, France, Great Britain and Austria still left to run. Italy with Susanna Bordone in just a few moments' time.
Just amusing myself that Merrill Blum, we've just seen, married her husband, and her name is now Blum Hulsman. Well, I did exactly the same when I got married. I had a double barrel name, Prior Palmer, and added Green to it, so I had 3 names, and it didn't last long, I tell you. It ended up being Green quite quickly.
It's a little long. In the meantime, Susanna Bordone and Imperial van Holtakers, and this one by Kidam de Revel, and out of an Argentina's mare for Susanna, and again, hugely experienced rider on this 15-year-old based in Milan. Rode this horse at the World Championships last year as well. So finishing top 20 at the Olympics in Tokyo too. Picked up 11 penalties cross country. 6th in Avanche this season, started on their dressage there with 32.1. Similarly in Stragom in Poland at 34.1. And final rider out for the Italians, who had 2 very good starts to the low 30s as well.
So, Steve, what's her uniform?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
I'm sorry. I knew that it wasn't worth me guessing that it was the police, because it probably isn't. But she's been riding in uniform for as long as I've known her. She's been a part of the deal that enables her to get finances to do her sport if she does a certain amount of time with one of the forces. I love that great salute.
That is the uniform of the Carabinieri, just to be clear on that one.
Cadre Noir.
Yeah, Carabinieri.
Oh, it is the police.
Yes.
Thank you. Another lovely open trot into shoulder in. And very good, these riders, at keeping the rhythm. Just maybe have to try a little harder there in that circle. She just lost a bit, but lovely in the shoulder in. Just looks as if she's only tiny, Susanna, and looks a big mare, and she just looked there into the halt, and at the circle at the top she was just bearing down on her that little bit. Interesting to see how this goes across country. Susanna, very experienced, is used to riding horses that are quite big, and some very successfully. Just a little bit of discussion going on here and there. there you have many people don't have the tail shaped, and some you'll see, as some of them walk away from you, you'll see that the tail is shaped and the hairs are taken out just every year. They grow back and they take them out and make it neat and tidy. And then another way of doing it is just to leave them like this with a full tail at the top. Just an interesting difference between some European horses and others. Very nice. Look nice too. Just still this little bit of discussion going on down the rein, and she's not always completely agreeing through her mouth. Sorry, it's a he. Difficult when they just don't quite feel the bit is exactly to their satisfaction. It just takes away from the movements if they're just playing about with their mouth a little bit. Oh, that's a shame. Extended trot just turned into a canter. And you try your hardest to produce as much as you can in that very short time you've got across the diagonal, and just sometimes the horses misunderstand, like he did there a little bit, canted on the turn. Just getting a little bit hot under the collar.
Yeah.
Well done. I think kept the lid on jolly well if that was happening there under the surface, what we saw in the extended trot and then in the turn down the centre line. That was there all the time through that test. Didn't Susanna do a great job to keep the genie in the pot?
Scores coming through for Susanna Bordone and Imperial. Final combination for Italy, judge at E 62.86, judge at C 60.24, judge at M 64.05, percentage of 62.38, total penalty score of 37.6, individually into 46th position. And for the team, it looks like this. In fact, they've got two scores of 37.6 and two scores in the low 30s, and so 99.1, and theoretically into sixth place at this point after this first stage for the Italians.
And I think the remarkable thing about Susanna's test, which didn't get a particularly high mark, is that is considered nowadays to be a low marking test. And honestly, 10, 15 years ago, that would have got quite a high ranking. That is how much the whole sport has moved onwards and upwards in the dressage department. This is lovely here. And then she comes round here, just leans down on that bit a bit. It's a pretty nice halt.
Yeah.
You can see her just a little bit discussing with Susanna through her mouth, his mouth. I will stop calling him a mare. Through his mouth. And then she says, let's change the bend because that's what we have to do. And he says, well, I'm not sure. Lovely strike off. Trying to soften her hand to give him the confidence that it's okay. Just a lovely test, but underlying there's that problem in the mouth that is just taking the marks off what is some really good movements.
Team Switzerland in the red and white colours, Felix Vogt and Colero on the Westphalian by Captain Fire. Felix, as we mentioned before, huge experience on board this 15-year-old. And rode Catania at the World Championships last time around in Pretoni for an individual 14th position there. And same horse the last European Championships for a top 10 finish individually in a team 4th. And this was actually the horse he rode at the Olympics in Tokyo. So having that option there, top 20 as they finish there, and top 20 in Le Moulin as well to add to that. And similarly in Po last time around, dressage scores there in Po 24.2, Tokyo of 26.7 for the final combination for Switzerland. And 5 pairings left to go.
Felix from a very keen supporting family of eventing, pulled the European Championships at Avanches together, were an important part of that pulling together. And Felix and his brother both ride eventing, and Felix for sure spent some time in America with possibly Boyd Martin, I think. And if you like, it did a pretty thorough apprenticeship there. Took his own horses over, I believe. And he's really turned into a prolific competitor, which is very exciting because we haven't seen a lot of Switzerland in past days. And whether it's coincidence or not, Andrew Nicholson retired from competitive top-level eventing himself and went to become team trainer of the manager and trainer of the Swiss, and they have done nothing but sparkle ever since. For sure there's always some down moments, that's the life with horses, but on the whole it's been fascinating how Switzerland is becoming a real force to be reckoned with. And not a little thanks to Felix. Lovely moving horse again. Generous stride as they go up the side with their shoulder in. Keeping that lovely positive beat all the way through. You could almost beat your drum by him. And that's what you want, that consistency, that rhythm, that energy, that suppleness, but all wrapped up in a softness and not a stiffness. See, this horse is like so many we've seen today and yesterday, just not the most ideal neck shape, but good training and good riding has helped him overcome a little bit of a physical weakness. You can see there's quite a big muscle when you see the profile underneath his neck. He's managed to work a way through that and still be able to perform very well. And there's the tail that I was discussing, totally different shape to the one we just saw. Interesting, he carries it that little bit to one side, and a lot of horses do carry their tails to one side or another, and I haven't really yet worked out what it means. Lovely extended walk, look at that outline, look at that nose coming in front of the vertical wherever it can. Medium walk wasn't highly appreciated with 6, 5 and 7. Extended 6, 6, 7, so a little bit more appreciated. Just a stride in there, and that little hollowness in the neck showing. That looked a nice change. And half pass. Become a lot more fashionable nowadays to ride shorter in dressage. used to ride incredibly long, very straight-legged. It's fascinating how so much of riding is a victim, if you like it, of fashion. But really it's what you are comfortable in and how you best can use your own body. A little hop, skip and a jump with the hind legs before he changed there, so that might just get spotted.
Yeah, 4, but it was 8.5s and 9s before that. So
old eagle eyes green here.
Yeah.
Everybody else
Expert
can
at the flying
see,
change.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, how many have I seen to try and learn? Look at that. Very beautiful. Another wonderful body absorbing the power in that extended trot. And a lovely buoyant trot up the centre line to a super halt.
6.5, 7.5 for transitions. Team support there for Swiss combination. Felix Vogt and Calero, past Le Moulin winners as well.
I think I spotted Bettina Hoy talking about Le Moulin in Germany, who's been helping him, I think, quite a bit. She was on the kiss and cry stand there.
I remember she holds the record in dressage in
the record for the lowest mark.
Yeah, after dressage, I think it was 16.4 or something like that. Yeah.
And I'm not going to ask you where it was because that is so impressive that you know that that's the situation. Yeah, she's an amazing dressage rider. She was a very, very good event rider in her time. We share a birthday, so once a year we'll connect.
Commiserate and celebrate.
Commiserate and celebrate, you got it.
At E, 72.62, at C, 67.62, at M, 74.05, percentage of 71.73, so 28.6 top 10 for Felix Vogt and Calero. So good run for them. I say they were top 20 at the last Olympic Games as well. And for the Swiss, that certainly helps their score. And so Melody Jonas' score 36.7 is grayed out there. 28.6 comes into the equation. And in theory, that would put them in 4th for Switzerland at this stage, coming along nicely, as you mentioned.
It's also exciting. We're nearly at the end of a cracking section of dressage. Usually the last riders of the teams to go are the ones that are the strong anchor for the team, so they're often the best. And it is very exciting as we get towards the end of the first phase of the European Championships 2023 as Felix and Calero hit a beautiful extended trot. I love the way that goes from normal motion to slow motion. It's very beautiful. It's
easing. It's
raining.
easing. It's
I tell
definitely
you,
eased.
it has stopped. I'm going to be positive here.
Positive.
We don't need any rain on that course. It had an absolute dousing last week, and it is a lot of it's clay. So we just need dry, dry, dry. And we've just had, unfortunately, 3 hours or so of quite persistent rain. And we're in France, not England. So what about that?
Well, it looks as though, as you say, it looks as though it's clearing up.
Yeah.
That hopefully is the end of that. And we will be set fair for tomorrow's cross-country as well. Coming up now to Sweden. And another family connection. Of course, Felix Vogt, you mentioned there. Brother Ben, who've both competed through to the top level. And Sarah Algotsson Ostolt to come up next. Sister of 5-time Olympian Linda. As we just await the first of those final 4. Sweden, France, Great Britain and Austria. And in comes the next for Sweden. Sarah with Dynamite Jack by Diorado. And of course with husband Frank Ostolt, who's been a hugely successful rider himself, but concentrating on her record Individual 11th at the Europeans last time around in 2021. Team bronze there as well. Sweden have figured well in the medals of the last few European Championships. 6 previous European Championships to that. One in Kronenberg back into the early part of this year. Scores coming into the 20s in their dressage in the 3-star sections on the way up. It's up to that next stage. Sarah, European silver medalist back to 2017 as well. Team bronze, as I mentioned, in 21, and team silver in 2013 too. And Sweden looking for a good score that could potentially move them up a few slots as a team. In 8th place as it stands at the moment, but still with that final team rider score to come in.
Sarah so nearly won the gold medal in London on a wonderful grey mare who I bet Steve knows the name of, who I think was later crowdfunded and bought by that means. And it was agony. There was a triple bar. It just might have been the last fence. I don't think it was, but it was very near the end. And triple bars are not usually the difficult fences to jump. And it came down. I shall never forget it. And that was her, she won't either, that was her gold medal that melted into silver, but at least it was silver and she didn't go right down and away from the medals altogether. Great girl, great spirit. They breed mostly their own horses. Her parents breed the children, breed the horses. Dynamite Jack, I don't know if he is homebred, but what a great name, hey?
Absolutely. Vega, of course, was 2012.
What was her name?
Vega. W-E-G-A.
That's it. I think I probably pronounced it Wega, don't you think? True commentator fashion, got the name wrong. Wega, that's exactly who it was, thank you. Very interesting way of trotting our lovely Dynamite Jack. And that's what's such fun about watching horses. There's really no two horses that are exactly the same. So he has just that little bit of a straight-legged trot. But there's nothing wrong in that. It's the way he does it. There's so many attributes you're looking for in an event horse. It's wonderful if they have marvellous, open, elegant movement, but then do they jump carefully? Are they clever with their footwork before a jump? There's so many different things. Can they gallop? Are they settled in their temperament? Are they sound? Are they put together well enough to stay sound? There's nothing very little more disappointing than working with a horse for 6 or 7 years and finding that when he gets to the top level, his conformation, the way he was built, just wasn't accurate and good enough to remain sound. And you've worked all that time together and he's not going to stay sound for the top level and has to go back down the levels to something less. So that slightly straight-legged skeletal situation with him just gives him less of a chance to get a good extended walk. Body's doing good, but the legs are not quite coming out as well. So gets a 5, a 6 and a 6.5 and a lovely strike off. Looking very happy out there, Sarah. Shouldn't imagine she's feeling it because she's concentrating so hard. And she gave the signal there to change and didn't get it straight away, but got a good one a stride later. And I think they will have noticed that it was not a little delayed reaction, shall we say. The idea is that you never can see a signal. That's what they say we're supposed to be doing. We're just meant to be thinking the movements and changing the movements and doing it imperceptibly. Oh my goodness, she's off. Well done, got the control back. Well done, Dynamite Jack. He's got a reason for his name. Ba-boom. Looked a good change. Possibly a stride after she asked. So she's only got the extended trot to come. Are we going to get more Dynamite there? boy. Well done. Maintained a nice rhythm, showed enough. And a lovely exit. Very well done.
And sevens and an 8 for the Halton salute for Sarah Algertsen, Ostholt and Dynamite Jack to complete their test.
No, there he goes.
Whoops. Off we go. 32.3, 67.7.
Super. Well done. Bit of dynamite in there and still got a super mark. And I love that when he shoots off. Sarah just smiles at the people that were kind enough to clap. I think she did an amazingly good job to settle him well enough to do that 32.3. Another horse, interestingly, by Diarado, quite a popular sire in jumping and has been reasonably used in eventers recently. We've seen a few at a fairly high level. Dublin, the horse that was in the lead in the dressage until Michael Young and Chipmunk come along. There's also by Diarado, and there's a couple of others in the field too. It's always interesting, the breeding. None of us really have a clue how to find a good horse, but sometimes we think we can help by understanding the breeding a bit. But even that doesn't always work. A lottery would be a fair way to put it, I think. See those straight front legs? They are fascinating, aren't they? They just move in a quite different way to many of the others. Now watch the dynamite here. And I think he does see something in the box.
Ooh,
maybe
yeah.
the judge put their pen down or something. Anyhow, any excuse will do.
You're looking for them.
Yeah, he was definitely looking for something. You could see him as he came towards the box. He was looking in it. And I'm sure they remained motionless, but he reckoned they didn't.
Taking us in for the
Next
for France. Team Wise for Sweden at 98.9 into 7th place as it stands. Well, it's just ahead of that with their riders still to come at 94.4 at this point. But we'll go on to the final combination for the French, Gaspard Maxud and Zaragoza. Actually a British bred horse that goes to Kevin Zed, and Kevin Zed actually the stallion from the Billy stud of Pippa Funnel and husband William, and of course Donald Barnwell as well. And back the line of Saracen's Pride and Saracen Hill. So Gaspard, final combination for the home squad here for France. France, Great Britain and Austria remaining. Having spent time in Great Britain as well. The World Championship rider, actually individual 6th last year in Protoni, finished on his dressage score of 27.1. 4th here last year in Haras du Pin as well. 27.8. And a good run to start off the season at Aston Le Walls in preparation too.
Only 10 years old now, and
yes,
this mare and Gaspard have done all that together already, and he's had this horse since she was possibly 4, maybe 5, but anyhow a very young horse, and brought her through all this time, and she's a rocket and he's a rocket, so together they go really, really well. It's interesting because she's already this year a much stronger looking horse. She was a lot slighter to my eye anyhow last year in the World Championships when she sprung into the front line with her 6.00 on top of her dressage score. Didn't add any penalties to it, and that was a no mean feat. It was a very difficult course to get the time because it was so twisty and turny, and the show jumping, as I mentioned earlier, was the most difficult show jumping I think I've ever seen in an event, 3-day event scenario. Gaspar's made his life in England now, and has found, with the charming French manner, has found several people to help him, to help own his horses, and he's got a good establishment going there. Zaragoza went very, very well at Aston the Walls to be second to Andy Heffernan, who was very much at the top of the dressage here, and felt he would have had a very good chance of doing well at Bramham if he hadn't popped off a young horse in the show jumping and broken his collarbone. Ooh. 5 weeks later he rode at Aston and said it still wouldn't feel quite right, but he still managed to come second on this lovely mare. And that sort of story, I just happen to know Gaspar's story, but you'll find that sort of story behind an awful lot of these competitors. I always feel rather guilty not knowing everybody's tough luck stories, because most of them are carrying some sort of injury or some tough luck story. Nobody gets away with it. It's a real test of character, this sport. All those white legs crossing over, hard to see which is which. Well done, that groom who got them all so clean. Lovely transition, beautiful first few strides in walk. Lovely medium walk, that should get a healthy mark. Then you have to show that you've got a difference, that you can actually make that walk even longer, and I think it's off. I think it's going well. Let's see, 7.757, that's lovely for the meet. Don't you trot, I have a horrible feeling that was a quarter of a jog stride. I glanced away for a second. You cannot look at the marks and keep your eye on the horse, because every stride counts. 6.5, 7.5, 6.5. I think she must have just hesitated a quarter of a jog stride there, because it was otherwise a lovely walk. Yes, a little bit of a lady there, just shaking her head and saying, "I'm not sure about that." I think it was true, but there was a little bit of song and dance about it, shall we say? Not much. And as event horses go, she's still really young, and Gaspar's off. Gaspar's great at galloping. There he goes. And Zaragoza's just paying a little bit for that excessive gallop by changing legs a couple of times as she was trying to find her comeback gear. Now the change comes very quickly if you've been galloping, but lovely change. Well done for getting the show back on the road. Now let's see what she can make of extended trot. Asking as much as you can, and she's giving everything, bless her. And a lovely deceleration this time. Oh, such a relief to come around that corner but keep straight. Please give me a good halt, and a good one she gave him.
7.5 there in the transitions, 8 before that for the French combination.
Should be a happy boy.
Yeah.
Super. There's such a relationship between these two. Wait till you watch them across country. They fly.
With the national studs and halt salute, 8, 7.5 and 6.5 from the 3 judges. And so we'll get what the overall score is in a second.
And as you can see by the underline of her tummy, she's fit, and she definitely got a 5 out of 5 on my little ratings watching them in the horse inspection. Super little mare.
Voilà, la récit, ça va bien le général, pour vous donner son score. Donc,
Wave to the crowd. Score coming in, there we go, 33.1. Percentage score of 66.9. Judge at E, 67.14. Judge at C, 67.14. Judge at M, 66.43.
She's a bit of a queen, isn't she? She goes with our king that we had earlier.
Well, we are in a fairly royal feeling venue as well.
Yeah, so Joseph Murphy has the king, Gaspar has the queen.
And there for the team score for France, 94.4, sixth place at the moment. Close between those, still potentially at the podium finish, because Belgium in third at this point on 90.9, so very little between that group as well, and a possible podium finish. There's a lot to play for over the next couple of days. Yet we are only into phase one of this competition, of course.
Particular amount for Belgium to play for. Both Holland and Italy are trying, along with Austria, to get the 2 Olympic places that are available for those that finish the highest that haven't qualified. So Belgium will be pleased with that. Zaragoza just having a little look around as she finished that half pass, but back on the job now, concentrating, ears flicking back to Gaspar. Communication looking really good here as they come in half pass across. All sorts going on with the hands. There's never a second when you're not doing something, but you're just doing it in tiny increments. And it's often very unobvious till the slow-mo camera gets on you.
There is no escape.
There is no escape then, exactly. So watch this. Oh no, we're not going to watch it, never mind. So that wouldn't have got the highest mark simply because it did wiggle a bit, but it was still a true change. The ultimate is what you saw Chipmunk doing and several others, keeping lovely and straight and even through their changes.
There's a fun pair, I'm sure.
Aha, look who we've got now.
Now, this is a lovely pairing to watch as well, because it is Ros Cancer of Great Britain and Lordship's Gruffalo, Michelle Saul, and by Birkenhoff's Grafenstolz, and from the line of Cornish Queen and Rock King as well, keeping our royal theme up as well. And Ros, of course, winners at badminton and individual 4th World Championship. She was World Champion too before that in 2018 with All-Star B, of course. And European team gold last time around and previous to that as well, so 2017 and 2021. But Lordship's Gruffalo was one that's come up sensationally through. The 11-year-old now looks so hot as a 10-year-old last time too, has come up and really already stamped their mark this year with the badminton success.
And had the infuriating situation in Protoni World Championships as the reigning world champion at the time of coming 4th and missing out on the bronze medal that Tim Price for New Zealand gained. They were on the same score, but she was faster across country, so less near to the optimum time. Agony. So for having been faster, which usually is better, she actually dropped down to 4th. So I think she's out, and deservedly so, after a wonderful badminton win. And the other wonderful thing about Rosie, she is tiny, she won't mind me saying it. She does tend to ride these quite big, strong horses, and they go quite beautifully for her. She's got Ian Woodhead and I'm sure others that help train her, but it's such an example to me that it isn't brute force. It's something way more wonderful than that tiny Ros can get such beautiful performances from these pretty big, strong horses.
So this to shape the final score for Great Britain. Looking to keep that lead. The question is what it will be going into the cross-country phase.
She has 2 horses at the top end that scored very well at badminton. one of them lives out and the other one is stabled, because that's what suits their temperament, and I think that's already tells you a lot about the horse mastership and the horse management.
Yes.
It goes with just being able to ride and train a horse. There's so much more than just what you're seeing here. Finding the horse the way that he's most happy to live. Some love to live in stables, they love that security, some love to live in fields. It just comes on you, a beautiful hold, but it just comes on you that little bit sudden, doesn't it? But never mind, I'm very partial to the rest of the test. I think it feels like a nice flowing helping test.
9 for the halts.
Oh, little strip and stumble there. Not sure why that was. Really following suit of those before that have really gone for the open trot in the shoulder in and half pass. You would never have seen this 10 years ago. We would have been creeping up that side. Things have changed so much, it's absolutely wonderful.
8.5 judge at C there for the half circle. 8 and 7.5.
Lovely stretching, extended walk coming here. That doesn't get much better. Medium was reasonably appreciated at 7.5. That is, you've got the beautiful angle under the neck that's open, the nose is just in front of the vertical. That has to get a good mark. No little jiggle joggle half stride. Just spotted something as he struck off, but still was very obedient in his strike off. Yeah, not that much better than the medium, just 1.8 and 2 7.5s. Beautiful change. Into the most lovely half pass. Here's half pricked. That's lovely, enjoying their work, but still not so pricked that they're not listening to their rider. Oh, well done, that was brave. Here's a bit pricked now. Cross country is coming. It's wonderful having this surface, isn't it? Because you can completely trust it. You're not going to come across a little bit of deep mud or a slippery bit of grass. It's a wonderful surface. It's actually kept exactly the right moisture by having automatic water underneath it. Just at the moment that won't be needed, but it has a way of judging just what the moisture content should be to give it the maximum amount of spring that is what is required by those that know about these things.
Exactly, clear set of 8s for the half pass right.
Excellent, gosh, that's good. Super. 8 and a 9 for that extended trot. That's one of the few that have hit the 9 in extended trot. Delighted English crowd there. British crowd.
Rolls flag at the back. Move yourself out of the zone pretty quickly to acknowledge the crowd.
Yeah, you're right.
Now
you're
you can
right
start
in
to
that
look
zone.
around and start to see reality sweeps back in. And a very good combination cross country as well. Will be very interesting to see. And scores, crowd are happy with that. They're going to second. Percentage score of 78.73, 21.3. Ross Cantor and Lordships Gruffalo is certainly keeping Mickey Young in sight there. Judge at E, 79.52. Judge at C, 78.57. Judge at M, 78.1. And makes a good difference to the British team score. I'll tell you that in a second. And so, change in the top few with Michael Young at the top at 19.4. Ross Cantor in second, Tom McEwen in third, Laura Collett in fourth, Yasmin Hingham in fifth, Tom Jackson in sixth. So Britain with 5 of the top 6 placings. Team-wise, they're now on 67.1, Germany on 76.3. And there we bring in the score Well, actually, greyed out at Kitty King. We've got the world champion, the Olympic gold medalist, and the world champion as the counting scores there. 23.4, 22.4, and 21.3 as they improve all the way through for the British team lineup. And unfortunately, I can see those spots on the camera again because it's a little bit of rain out there. It's trying, but hopefully we brought you some sunshine with that of Ross Cantor's test. Lucinda, overall, it looked pretty impressive.
Oh my goodness.
Obviously.
There's no there's no comment here. It's just lovely to watch, and it's lovely to see two people so in harmony with each other. And when you get to this end of the results board, usually that is what you see. Fantastic conversation, fantastic understanding. Huge credit to those that bred him, trained him, looked after him, owned him, and competed him. Just loves it.
Leaves us just one left to go. And that will be for Austria with their 3-rider squad. So team-wise, and we'll confirm all this at the end of the lineup, but Great Britain on 67.1, Germany on 76.3, Belgium on 90.9 in the bronze medal position at the moment. But Switzerland and Netherlands hovering there, both on the same score actually of 93.1. But shows, despite fantastic dressage scores, tomorrow could have a massive influence. One run out and we all change around quite a lot.
It's very, very expensive if anything goes wrong on the cross country. All sorts of things come in now, like missing flags. At the moment, we aren't going to be penalised for knocking a flag down, but going slightly the wrong side of them or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's with the terribly narrow fences, it's very easy to do that. But we'll
worry about that tomorrow. We'll worry about that tomorrow. We've got one to come, and that's Leah Siegel.
Father on the right there, Olympic rider himself for Austria.
Competed at the Olympics in 2004 and the World Championships in 2014. Van Helsing P by Van Gogh for Harold Siegel, and it is going to be the rider that was 15th at the Tokyo Olympics. That was with DSP Fighting Line. World Championships last year, individual 25th, European Championships 16th in 2021 in Vanche, and back into June of this year, this pairing winning in Stragon for the 24-year-old rider, 13-year-old horse. Back into June, dressage there of 30.1.
When I was with the Austrians for a few years, Leah was 17, 18. My word, she's come a long way in the last 6 years. Extremely good result as the youngest one to ride in Tokyo on a horse that she'd been lent as a 7 or 8-year-old because he wasn't doing very well. And she made him into an Olympic horse. So there's the good smile there. There's the measure of the girl. And her father, who didn't speak any English, but we somehow managed to communicate, was an Olympian in, I think, 204 you mentioned. Very proud of Leah. What's going on? The crowd is... I can hear something, but maybe it's nothing. Smile or grimace. Nicely balanced horse, nicely engaged in his hind end here. You can hear quite a lot of background noise. Seem to be putting them off anyhow.
They phase all that out into the halt.
A little bit of a look around. Nice backwards. Much more of a warm blood type than her Tokyo horse, but a very nice type nonetheless. As she's got older, so her body has got stronger and she's able to hold much better the horse between her. There's a lot of fitness that goes into these riders' daily schedule to have that core strength that she's showing us now. When you're riding a fairly big, strong horse like this, even if you've got long legs, which Leah does have, you still need to have a very strong body. Just nudging him along. Some horses find comfort in that consistent nudge. They get a bit lost without it sometimes. Just head little inside the vertical, but a good show of increased extension of the walk. Yeah, 3/7's excellent. And a tiny signal. Just pulled her a little bit through the balance then, but only for a split second. Back in the plate, preparing for the change, which was lovely. Very polished movement so far. Beautiful extended, everything just has opened up a bit and comes back well. Another beautifully prepared and executed change. Of course, revered for the Spanish riding school. Always confuses me that it's called Spanish and it's in Vienna. And many great dressage trainers and riders in that country. And I guess Leah's been making good use of it because this is a huge improvement on her as a later teenager. Superb.
A good test for the Siegel of Austria. Go the flags. Final combination of the day to complete dressage. Dressage is within moments of being done and dusted here for the European Championships. Plenty of support there. They're just at the back.
There's Daniel on the right-hand side as we look, who's the one that went first for the Austrian team.
Yeah, Daniel Dunst.
Can't see Dad, who's disappeared.
Just behind the back, I think he was. Judge at E, 71.19. Judge at C, 70.24. Judge at M, 71.90. And at 71.11. Total of 28.9 into 14th place for Leah. And I would think she's going to be very happy with that.
Oh, my goodness, I tell you, that is well-deserved. Beautifully ridden, lovely horse, well trained, and super temperament.
Yeah.
And the pressure's right on you when you've got 3 in your team and you're trying to qualify for the Olympics and you're strongman last to go place and you're 24 or whatever she is.
This is building her scores through well. And dressage continues to improve. The final score coming in, as we saw there, 28.9. And so we'll see how that affects team-wise as well as we get to wrap up the day. And then start to keep our minds on what's coming up. So there we go for the Austrian team. Daniel Dunst, as you mentioned, 37.1. Katrin Hodom-Hazarati on 37.5. and Leah Ziegel on 28.9. So 103.5, ninth spot as it stands for Austria. As we say, there's no great breathing room, I'm afraid, with 3 riders on the team. And a little look back at the test that they can sit back and enjoy, Lucinda.
Yeah. She's really found a beautiful deportment, Leah. She holds herself very square, very straight, but still allows herself into the horse. She's not against the horse. Lovely. Soft way of riding. It's so difficult. You're having to be soft, but you're having to be so controlled and strong in your own body in order to be soft. It's no just good just sitting up there and saying I've got to be soft and being like a jelly.
Well, wraps up our day from day 2 here in Haras du Pin. And so here's how the individual scores sit. Mikkel Jung at the top with Fisher Chipmunk on 19.4, but Ros Cancer was not letting get away too far. Lordship's Gruffalo 21.3. Tom McEwen, JL Dublin on 22. Laura Collett on London 52, 22.4. Yasmin Ingham, the world champion, Banzai de Loire on 23.4. Tom Jackson there, the individual for Great Britain too, 25.4. There are a lot of British flags in there. Will it remain that way? We will see. Germany could be hot on their heels. Mikkel Jung is going to take some catching as well, because we know how brilliant he is cross country as well. And for those a little lower down into the next set, still some very good results there. Leah Ziegel, the most recent with Van Helsing P there, we saw into 14th place, and they're down into the 30s. Minder and Toblerone for Switzerland at 31.5. And there for France, Nicolas Duzon, 32.1. But, as we've already said, tomorrow could change a lot of this around. We could be throwing the cards right up in the air, and it could be a very different result. We will see. But that's where we stand right now after dressage completed. Susie Berry there with Clever Trick for Ireland, 35.1. Daniel Dunst there for Austria, 37.1. And taking us through to the 37s, 38s, and finally 46.4 for Poland for the individual scores as they stand. And we'll take a look at the team standings. As I mentioned, Great Britain 67.1 with their 3 scores brought together. Germany 76.3, so not a huge difference. Belgium 90.9, again it is not far off between that group. Switzerland, Netherlands on 93.1 together on the same score. France on 94.4 in 6th place at the moment. Sweden at 98.9, Italy 99.1, Austria 103.5 and Ireland 105.5. But as we said, tomorrow can and will, I'm sure, have a massive influence on that, and we will see how that plays out, and you'll be wanting to watch how that plays out, because we will be back at 12 o'clock tomorrow for cross country. That's local time, 12 o'clock, and then of course show jumping on Sunday with the first session at 11:30. We look forward to seeing you then. From all of us, have a very good evening from wherever you are. From all of us here in Haras du Pin, it's been a terrific 2 days of dressage. On we bound to cross country. We're off to the start box. We'll see you tomorrow.